It all. Well, exactly all. It's in the title. What do you mean with what does namaste mean? And welcome everyone. Another clickbait title for, obviously our super successful desktop Linux thing. The craziest thing is, obviously this is just another T2 Linux development live stream, and welcome everyone. But the more I think about this, and the thinking is like, how can we be more successful? Obviously, like everyone wants to be more successful and have an income and stuff. Obviously we focus on all the not popular, not mainstream, reduced instruction set, historic and vintage computing things. I actually said this a month ago, and it recurred me thinking, reflecting of all the things here. The crazy thing is, and that's not only T2, that's even, I would actually even say nearly all open source Linux. Have you seen the state of desktop Linux? What if we all focused on all the wrong things, namely desktop Linux, at least the last 10 years? Let's make our own everything and architecture and things not invented here edition. I'm not reinventing RISC-V. But so certainly the wrong thing is desktop Linux, because the market share is declining, right? The crazy thing is, and that's probably a very good start for this T2 desktop Linux development video. I hope Twitch is live, right? It says 17 viewers. Yeah, desktop Linux, right? Because obviously we talk with people and they want things. And the crazy thing is, very few people want desktop at all. And there is very little non-desktop mobile things, because the crazy thing is, also like having been on Fridays for Futures or other worldwide environmental demonstrations there on Saturday, like all the young kids, like all the next gen people, not that we talked significantly about desktop and Linux, but that was a reminder, obviously. Most open source people, like most distributions, do stuff that people don't want like that anymore, or at least currently are not used. I was like, why do I? Because I Googled this. Really spoken slide what number? What is actually that would be clever to have that here. France fired Microsoft software. Yeah, this is a long thing. Similar to, hey, Linux has done that 10 years ago. Actually, I think the German car rental Sixt has tried that 20 years ago when I was young and naive. I think, what was it? I think Sixt at a time, at least in Germany, and also something in Schwäbisch Hall, whatever, but certainly Munich and stuff. So other big companies and cities like Munich tried that. But yeah, the thing is, of course, so how can we show? Because the thing is, like, now we have amazing T2 Linux, and like most people want it actually for a smartphone and tablet, and we don't even have a solution, right? We support everything except mobile. Like most distros have you seen Debian on mobile? Of course, with like rewriting everything and stuff. And I'm not inventing CPUs, like maybe a microkernel. And we cannot easily fix that if beside Android, right? And Android, the code base is so convolutedly Google API stuff that I don't even want a package of Forget besides there is Graphene and whatnot. Whereas for mobile, you definitely need binary updates. Yeah, but binary update is one thing. Like, it's all the UI. Like, not only, sure, we got KDE quite polished, but we looked in some corners of KDE, and not only is the code bloated and slow and stuff, it's also not how I would write code, right? Everything is very statically open coded and stuff. Like even I, in my flight to Brazil anti-corruption Linux thing, did, because coming from Mac, I actually did preferences the better way, as in binding some shared dictionary thing to some key value thing. And like in KDE, the parts I've seen, they still like have here some property, like manually load and save it. It's like, what have you done the last 30 years? And then I've seen through Phoronix and Drots here and users, hey, Kevin, 20 years later, finally, like, the first thing I use KDE is like, dude, this workspace stuff is annoying. Like, why does this stuff not allow me to switch here content per display output per workspace? And then, like, some months later on Phoronix, 21 or whatnot years later, finally, they implemented this in KDE. And then I look at the patches. I thought, like, maybe we can pre-apply it because it's an important feature. And, like, that was humongous, right? Thousands changes of lines for just like having a different workspace. Like, this should not be thousands of lines of code. Let's make our own everything. Welcome, doctor. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, doctor. Isn't desktop Linux monthly web browser, mostly web browser and gaming? Yeah, but I mean, no. Like, for me, desktop Linux is like being able to use it at the desktop at work. So it's LibreOffice. I mean, certainly browser and then LibreOffice. Plus Office, you said Office stuff business, most of Windows because government and so on. Plus gaming is not even amazing because that leads 30. Like, the one thing nobody and even T2 Linux doesn't ship much. I mean, we have basic 32-bit multi-libc multi-lib, but even we don't ship like 20 library things for 30. So even, ironically, even Steam doesn't fully just work because of decades of 30. Everyone delete 32-bit shit, and like the one thing we deleted 20 years ago, like Steam still relies on. What's a must-have requirement? Information about hardware to be able to code drivers for it from scratch. Well, you could reverse engineer most things. Like, what's absolute must-have requirement? Well, if you want to do it nice, it's question on YouTube. If you do it nice, you need a data sheet with all the register level, like this register and this hardware register, this programmed or memory mapped I/O thing has this meaning, has this bits, has this features. Alternatively, you can reverse engineer from a working binary, but that's, of course, like, you either need documentation or you need something working that you can reverse engineer. Yeah, with that being said, welcome to another pointless T2 development live stream. The most desktop I've seen is from KDE. Of course, there are some other things like GNOME Mobile and Phosh, but they are even less usable. And like, the crazy thing is the KDE stuff is then also only so skin deep and similar bloated and stuff. And then it only runs like alternative open source implementation only runs snappy on latest gen hardware, because have you seen Qt and KDE? Hey, I'm new to this channel. What's it about? We developed T2 Linux and other technical things. Without coffee, it's possibly to. Without coffee, is it possible to hard code? Of course, I often code without coffee. My coffee consumption here is greatly exaggerated. Also, since the coffee machine broke, I'm down from 4 to 5 coffees a day to only 1 to 2 coffees a day, because now I need to manually grind coffee beans. Any sound changes? Clipping? What do you mean clipping today? Not that I'm aware of significant. I don't know. I think, what do you mean is clipping? I think it's fine. Sounds like usual. It didn't change anything. I'm currently also not using the $9 Amazon basic Chinese garbage card cable that tests that I need to resolder or whatever. Yeah, so let's do some T2 things. It's just, yeah. And the thing is, it's also like CachyOS and stuff, right? I mean, not only Fedora and SUSE, and I mean, hey, Ubuntu has Ubuntu Touch. Maybe I should really sooner than later transition to like more UI stuff from scratch and a new language, because T2 is amazing now. I mean, certainly some polishing and fixing always nice. But like, nobody will write amazing desktop or mobile software for us. And the thing with mobile is, of course, that most people requires app ecosystems from either Apple or Google, and then you would like either you have like basically nobody will change to new stuff because everyone is just so used to this app addiction drug stuff, and then that's of course the number one. Like basically Android is the new number one killer of mobile innovation. Actually, I would I mean, of course, started by Apple with Apple's App Store. Surely there were other mobile, and have you seen all the TV ads, the nightly TV ads of dial 11 or message 11211 or whatnot to load some games, which I obviously never have done, or whatever people loaded there. So there was this wallet garden of Java ME, was it Mobile Edition or whatever ME stood for? So there was this before Apple, but Apple certainly perfected this wallet logged in garden. And now people, like basically modern people, they will not use a mobile without their banking app or, I mean, certainly without their social media doom scrolling addiction of WhatsApp and shit and Telegram. But then, of course, the more serious banking app and stuff, right? So this is really rather annoying. What we really need is a really good UI subsystem, a UI toolkit thing, because they all really suck. Like better programming languages, right, Mr. Schmidt? Like a non-totally sucking programming language, and then like good foundational and example applications that program in a really modern, reliable, stable way. I've seen like even like all those patterns, like populating things and then like often add and remove not fully working, or having like here audio device they appear sometimes not in stuff, or it's like you dynamically hot plug stuff and sometimes stuff work and sometimes not. Sound gone, like because I clicked here. Sound gone because no, not mute. This is this bug. Ah shit, why did I click here? I click here for illustration purposes only. This is the long-standing bug that I have with OBS, that there are so many sound demons, and this is a bug where like my Behringer FCA fiber, whatever the name is, thing, like OBS does not reliably maybe on my side then. Yeah, if so, yeah, this is why, like, yeah, this stuff here is interacting the sounds that you cannot make these bugs up. 20 of these is like, now I need to click in OBS multiple times to select this audio device again, because like it will auto suspend now. Yeah, why did I click there? Also, like this audio quality of this complete garbage. Yeah, speaking of stuff that sometimes works, and it was, and no, it's not a hardware issue. You see, some people, it's a hardware issue. Like, no, it worked stable until I clicked this KDE audio tuner thing there. It's like, yeah, don't click that anymore. Yeah, let's get stuff done. Windows favorite, branded, turned off the sound. No, just, yeah, desktop quality. Okay, let's get some stuff done. I have, basically, this also additionally boils down to the open source, and someone posted in our Discord this link of open source projects that like all the infighting and marginalization and whatnot, and dictatorship of KDE GNOME or Fedora and whatnot. And the summary is of course that the 10,000s or 100,000s of people who worked on open source, they worked on their islands in their relative distortion fields and fighting each other. And if we are honest with ourselves, which I constantly am here, or try to be, if we're honest with ourselves, we did a really lousy job competing with Apple and Microsoft, right? Because at the end of the day, all the open source ecosystem stuff is competition to the established commercial things. I mean, okay, have you seen the state of Windows, like more buggy than Linux? But all joking aside, they still have some 80 plus whatnot market share, at least on desktop. Ironically, Microsoft has loosened mobile. But this is also probably one of the biggest historic mistakes that that Microsoft has abandoned Windows Mobile, I guess. This is probably one of the worst business decisions. Sure, it wasn't the most successful and it was a money pit project and stuff, but now they have no mobile, right? Maybe there are lessons learned from that. I mean, especially with look and feel and compatibility wise. But given all of this, given the current state of mobile computing, it is really, it is next to impossible to break the Google, Apple monopoly or duopoly. I have no real good idea how to break this, except I guess the only thing would be making it compatible and then making it better. But how to make it better if you have if you start with Google Android and that's so bloated and stuff, like if you would wanted to make it better, like it's obviously competing with multi-billion-dollar corporation, also not the easiest. But okay, let's get some stuff done. Let's continue focusing on all the wrong things while we don't have a good solution. We need a few flagship phones that really work with Linux. Yeah, but the problem is the API and ecosystem, right? Like if we had some flagship stuff, we simply have no API and ecosystem, and nobody will use them without like banking apps. So basically you always need an Android or iOS compatibility layer. It's so frustrating. And then you cannot innovate properly because it needs to be mostly Android or iOS compatible. Maybe it's Trump's doing. No, Trump is doing shit. Like Trump is only destroying everything. But his way is just destroy everything and hope people. No, Trump has no hope. Like Trump doesn't even think as far as hope someone builds something better. Like he only thinks about himself. Like here's 1,000% incompetent narcissist who is only thinking. I think he's not even thinking about enriching his family. I think he's mostly like I think his thought process is only going as far as enriching himself, not even necessarily his family. Took many years to get and welcome Trap, get both OSs where they are. The OS community doesn't have that level of drive to proper API for mobile, which are very, very different from server and embedded. I would say the APIs are not that different really, but I mean, I think Android wasn't even the best API. I think initially Android sucked a lot and people hated it mostly to development for it. It's mostly that people had to support it because it was Google's market share. iOS, on the other hand, it's just more modern APIs. It's just different because Apple made it more modern and nice to develop with. Yeah, I guess even the Java UI APIs were not amazing in the beginning, really, or maybe still even aren't the most. But even the GTK and what is crazy, but the thing is also like maybe the people that that GTK are simple not the best programmers. Because GTK is really not good, never has been, and historically is a complete API mess now over 30 years of 4 major versions. So, okay. Doing things here. Let's do the update. Let's do other things. Let's get some more stuff started. So yeah, let's continue with this. But we need to keep more open-minded. I mean, even the Linux kernel is just the most full-featured. It's with all the constant change and incompatibilities. The Linux kernel is only so successful because it's cheap. If this were Microsoft, nobody were using it because like every version other API or changed API and constantly like any compare, and that's probably what I said so often, that most open source people, and I said this so often, I don't like a lot of this open source development model, how most people, even recently GXIF, right, where like we update GXIF and then Nautilus and GIMP don't build, and then some months later we update it again because we thought like, yeah, the new Nautilus builds with it, but GIMP not, and then like, yeah, you even GXIF you need 2 times because they had to change the API, which is like, dude, what are those? And that's just a minor XIF library, and not even to mention all the other X11 Wayland and whatnot stuff. Yeah, Mr. Schmidt says desktop Linux has constantly sabotaged itself and still has gotten quite some market share. Yeah, but only so yeah, that's totally true. I would totally agree. Desktop Linux has constantly sabotaged themselves by constantly changing APIs. Each time something was mostly polished, like KDE 3 or KDE 2 and KDE / GNOME 2, 3, 4, 6. Each time it's like mostly done, then like major incompatible changes, and you would not develop like some big Office application for Windows if every version of Windows had a like Windows version 3, 95, 2000, XP 7 and 8 and 10 and 11 and stuff. If every version had major differently UI stuff and then you had to recompile everything and API port everything. It even took the best KDE developers a year to port media and Office applications to KDE frameworks and Qt6. So totally. But Linux only got the market share at all, which is of course minimal, because so many passionate people made it possible. And like people, because Microsoft and Apple are also not amazing, and people are sick and tired of their business practices and stuff, right? With better competition, like if Apple and Apple was, that is certainly how Apple, Linux desktop even lost myself 15 years ago when I moved for 10 years to macOS, right? This is how bad was Linux, that they lost me, someone who worked on their own distribution. That is how sabotaged the Linux desktop was. The problem is we cannot easily fix it, because like even the best that is KDE is so bloated and not amazing API that basically making a really nice desktop is unfortunately 12 sucking desktops. We need to reinvent the 13 sucking desktop, right? Which the best thing one could possibly do is probably optimize it for mobile first, given that we focused on all the wrong things all the time. There's also licensing issues. Ship proprietary, you can't use glibc if you glib statically linking is not supported with glibc. Some details do not fully work. But that is also, you don't need to statically link it, because glibc is the one thing that's the most compatible. That's why they created Cosmic, but not sure I have much hope for that either. Yeah, the thing is that Rust is not the most amazing language. And even if Rust were the most perfect, amazing language for a kernel, I don't like statically typed. In my opinion, statically typed UIs should not be statically typed like that in Rust. That's just super excessive typing things. Okay, let's get stuff done. Welcome. Happy that you. Is Europe ditching? There is not one Europe. Where are you from? No on override. Valve saved Linux. No, Valve did not. Valve saved like Linux was and will be pretty fine without Valve. They only made desktop slightly more. You could say Valve saved Linux gaming or Valve reignited Linux gaming, but you're from Jordan, who said, is Europe ditching Windows for Linux? Because there is not one Europe. It's not like the Soviet Union. What some people decide somewhere does not mean everyone in the whole Europe will switch OS. And Europe is much more loosely united than the United States of America. So that France, like even in Germany, we had Linux project things in Munich and stuff, but that's France now says we will do more Linux. It will probably 10 years and will be minor. I mean, of course, it's the right thing and the digital sovereign thing, but it will neither be all of Europe or most of Europe at once, nor will it be fast and stuff. Created Cosmic, but I'm not sure I have much hope for. Okay, we had this. So, updates. Oh, AlexQt, who did this? Someone on our team or Data? Oh, Data just did this. Cool. Hey, some things even built. Yay. Amazing. Would you look at that? Let's continue to make the best out of what we have. But keep in mind, we need to do it some more better. Also, yeah, we need to shake up. We need to wake up people more. Because if people don't wake up, there will be no progress. Right, Elixir, I think this AlexQt thing was here. Data has done it. Like, yeah, no news, too small. Would be another place where they could list T2 Linux, but no. All right, GIMP. Okay, that's probably then also already from this aspiring wannabe news website. Apparently it's erupted. So we need to do multiple things. We could where do we start with today? Okay, on the Valve contributes up and down the Linux desktop stack. Yeah, but that's very minor. They are standing on shoulders of giants. Also, Mesa was built. They do some small things here, some small things there. It's appreciated, even Wine. And also, it's unclear to me, like some things is also like fixes for old GPUs. That's super nice to see, but certainly doesn't change that. Like, hey, fixing some old GPUs 10 years after the fact. That rare GPUs that even I don't have. And I also wonder if those people do it in their spare time. You can't tell me that Valve is like those Valve developers do that on their company payroll potentially, unless it's some 20% project. The funny thing is some new people here come, although you have their M.M18778, and says like, Valve has done so much. It's like, yeah, they've a tiny fraction, right? Low-level plumbing, like Linux kernel, graphic drivers, like all the stuff was there. They just made some things, like this stuff was there without. People always like, hey, this company did so much. It's like, nah. Some patches. The thing is, it's so drumrolled on Phoronix that people think Valve single-handedly writes all of Mesa or whatever. Why is this not? Or is it another? Maybe it's not part of the Czech version group thing. Who, me? Writing third code for a living. Contribute to 12 of projects for a living. I mean, I could also, don't need to commit, it's like basically all this, some Qt things of, some stuff not in the version group. Yeah, this we don't even take seriously anymore. Not even sure what, should we just delete this these days? Because I kind of have done all of them. Okay, then wake up the Ryzen. We have those releases to test. Trap says Dwarf does more x86. Which x86 ARM work? You mean FEX? My understanding is that people wrote it and then Valve came and funded them a little bit. Again, Proton Proton is more than basic Wine enhancements. I mean, again, people wrote Wine for over 20 years, and then Valve came and improved it somewhat, right? And probably employs some people now. It's certainly appreciated, but we need to stop glorifying some companies who allegedly have done that much. That the last year's funded, but even funding that much is only a small percentage plus standing on decades of. That's what people always forget, that the hard things were built up of 20 plus years of people volunteering, and even Red Hat and SUSE employees, right? So when stuff is 98% there or 95% there, like coming and doing the last 5%, it's like, comment on YouTube, that's the thing, Valve doesn't do much, still wins. Yeah, I mean, they certainly have quite some good money there, so. But that's the thing, right? I mean, they also earn quite dearly with the bank that is their store. And giving back a little bit is obviously the most minimal thing they could do. I mean, plus they had also some business incentives, right? That's similar to saying to Google does so much, like, yeah, they build a multi-billion-dollar business based on Linux servers and open source software stacks, and then like, hey, but they give back a little bit. It's like, yeah, sure, they give back a little bit. I'm not undermining this. I'm only saying they came when it's mostly done and support a little bit. It's certainly, I said multiple times, it's certainly welcome, but it's not like hey, I even purchased, I'm live streaming from Steam Deck of supporting with my wallet, voting for better Linux support. I said nothing but the best, but just corrected comments here that sounded like they made everything work when they polished the end result, right? Which is certainly appreciated. And all giving any feedback is appreciated and welcome. It's just like some people sound you like on Phoronix. Nah. I do not know how large the percentage of Valve things in modern direct whatnot layers, but there's certainly hundreds of different people involved over the last decade. So let's not fight here over how much percentage Valve contributes here. Fact is, that the project and the effort started by thousands of people over the years, 20 years before them, and I was wine gaming in 1999, right, or 2000. I mean, we would need to. I don't have the hard data, right? Trap says they're top tier Mesa contributors. I mean, maybe not. Sounds off to me. I would. There are also many other companies, and also ARM, Intel, and all the other people directly. So we might need to fact check this, but the fact is also Mesa 3D was written over 30 plus years before them, right? So so many dependencies. So this is only the updates within the right set of dependencies available. Surely will build or test. I didn't want to. Why did it say in cache? This is not a free cache file. Why did my script say in cache run? I mean, I think there are also still quite some Red Hat people in Mesa and stuff, right? So there are all those wonderful. We should test build this proper, but oh shit, now this probably didn't. I don't even know this is bcachefs now that they wipe code and with the AI girlfriend. I mean, I didn't take it seriously before, as I'm not a Phoronix chill here. But what should I do with this now? Out of 3 AI girlfriend wipe coded. Time to delete. Man, what a time to be alive. Was partially funds protons so they can make more kids addictive. Yeah, that's about. Sounds more about the take I would take. They make the open source gaming a little bit better so they can more still more Steam Deck and Frame and game machines there. Right? Okay, we have here one more. What was this here? I should log in. This is already auto suspended, fortunately. New to the channel, found Linux and you while messing around with your retro Spark machines, Mr. Lead. Really love what you've seen so far. What's your project today? the random title of self-reflection site we do here usually do updates. So that's basically testing your things, updating. So yeah, super amazing Linux bugs. So basically updating here. See, this, okay, we also need urgently, we need to improve this here. This is our own package compilation bugs for change. As this is known, this is only because the packages do not depend on the KDE core package. I already know how to better that. Yeah, happy that you enjoy the Spark things. Which retro Spark machines do you have? Right, retro things. So the next updates do we have here? We need to rebuild font config. I fixed this yesterday. So basically what we do here is develop, update, develop, fix, and work on T2 Linux. He had 1.2 million commits. What do you mean million commits? How can mean he had 1.2 million commits sounds? What do you mean with that? 1.2 sounds about the commits in Linux kernel, not like one tiny little file system could have. Unless he's doing really... I mean, I only have 80,000 commits in 25 years of updating stuff daily. I mean, plus my company commits and stuff, but desktop Linux needs two things: kernel level anti-cheat. No, anti-cheat is anti-cheat needs to stop. Anti-cheat is cancer. Like Linux needs one thing, not that is having, even macOS is not allowing that anymore. There should not be kernel level anti-cheat shit. That's ridiculous. Games should not have anti-cheat garbage, unless maybe competitive e-game sport things, and even I know trap, but YouTube comment says number one thing is Linux needs kernel level anti-cheat. I'm responding to YouTube comments that said Linux needs kernel level anti-cheat. I mean, for normal playing at home. Maybe I said they should not have kernel level anti-cheat. No game should have no game should run stuff like Sonic Stage DRM in your kernel. I said kernel level. I read there. Sorry if I skipped one's kernel. YouTube question was, desktop needs two things: kernel level anti-cheat. Maybe I skipped it in my response. Games should not load stuff into the kernel, like never. Also not Sony, not even my precious minidisc. Like nothing comes good out of it, except remote code execution and vulnerabilities. Games must do their anti-cheat stuff completely in user space. But also, yeah, I mean, is cheating such a thing? Does it? I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, with Chinese or whatnot, Russian bot farms of cheating games. Okay, what was the second thing? Kernel level anti-cheat and Flatpak paid App Store motivate developers. I mean, there's Steam, right? Speaking of Steam, of Valve. So out of 10, how much would you rate your understanding of Linux? I guess 9. So out of 10, how much? I guess 9, because each time it's kinda not even 10, because like I constantly discover new cursed things that I did even I didn't know it existed. Also, have you seen all the systemd? The question is also Linux. Linux or Linux kernel. What's Linux base? What? Saying he used Linux base. So easy to cheat even on Windows 20, 30 lines of code. I don't. Sounds sus, probably not, but okay. Will T2 Calamares installer? Probably not. Now the more important questions. I want most of the things we discussed this in December. Most of the things Calamares does are not how I want to install an OS. Like we boot T2 fully working, and people can change their language and keyboard and stuff. So all of this in the Calamares installer is superfluous. We need to make a proper real installer, but I said it in December. It should be as simple as macOS. Of course, currently it's a heck of running our old shell code. Ideally, and also someone here started wipe coding an installer, wipe clinking an installer. The installer should, like macOS, like we boot into Graphic, you can fully use it, you can fully configure it, change your language, change your things, and when you think T2 qualifies for you to install, you click, although it's slightly different than macOS. Why technically it's like macOS, but macOS does not allow you really, I believe, in the installer to fully explore it. But otherwise, there should be just storage, a little bit partitioning, and that's it. So basically, we don't need Calamares. We have a Calamares package. If you want to use it, you can use it. The problem is neither Linux or Windows is designed. You guys have so much. I mean, given that Linux is Unix history, you would argue Linux is way more designed for security than... I mean, it depends what kind of security, but saying Linux or Windows... the question is what precisely security? What is our super expert Trap saying? What would you say, Trap, to the YouTube question, neither, or statement, neither Linux nor Windows? The problem is neither Linux or Windows is designed for, also you mean wars, right? What would other, I mean, yeah, whatever. Unix certainly was designed more for security than DOS or Windows 3 or Windows 95. Well, without some type of anti-cheat, it can't never become competitive to Windows in terms of games. Well, the games can do their own anti-cheat, right? So, sounds fun. Updating and testing must be a lot of work, especially with they aren't designed originally for modern security. But they existed for long time. Industry concerns, threats have changed. Yeah, that's certainly a fair statement. Simply amazing have been some work patching a few bugs in Linux kernel, IP utils, SIG bus, and whatnot to get my Spark system running up-to-date Linux currently. Are you on T2 already? Currently have a fully working up-to-date T4-1. Oh, I also have T4-1. Have you been previously here? 3 lead? On Gen 2, okay. I have a T4-1 and other things. I have Tucson V240 as well, actually somewhat production for my company network routing, essentially. Happy to hear that. Yeah, should be fully working. I guess T2 Linux could potentially save you quite some time of having this all patched and working for the most part. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team too. Hope you enjoyed. Oh, is this ARM? I think I vaguely remember was this Neon? Oh. The crazy thing is that we still need to fix such stupid things here. What was here? I vaguely remember SVE. Yeah, I vaguely... SVT true. Oof. Okay, look at this. They fail here SVE support, but try to build it nonetheless. Wonderful. I vaguely remember that. I asked if you've been here before because we had someone else with a T4-2 and even T7 or whatever and other things, or T5. Should I go to Linux? Where else would you... What keyboard? I said it before, stop spamming here. It's the same thing here. Keyboard is here. Currently this. It ain't perfect, but it's the best I found. I like the look though. I increasingly like the Ubuntu as best installer and Linux easy to use. Nah. To understand much about device tree. What is there to... You guys have so few questions, so strange questions. Oh, right. Device tree is like some pages of standard, and then you're done with it. Thank you for the raid. Ending. What way up to? Hope you had a wonderful, successful live stream and things. And here, look, my kid found OLPC last night. I told him it's useless. He had fun anyway. T2 OLPC stuff finally coming. This device tree x86 open firmware. Next things, SVE of don't even have SVE hardware. What would they do? I mean, this is so frustrating when you have so much to do and you need to fix so random build errors. What would they do would they override? It's pretty much so. Oh, I hate this so much. It's even SVE2. Yeah, Wrecking Theme, we don't know how to do software right. Building stuff apparently difficult. I mean, either we take a look what we find here in terms of SVE enablement. I mean, ironically, they have tests for SVE that fail and then they try to build it anyway. Recurring theme here. What? Wait, did they download that? Maybe they downloaded that. Wait, why run conformity checks? QEMUAR, wonderful. Here is actually, they do run this. They override this. Wonderful. So it looks M2 things. Ultra 20 M2, but you mean ARM 64, right? Where do we already? Here probably. Oh wait, we want something else actually. Did I do that? Remove regx GCC. Remove. Realistically, this should nearly never rally much something. How much HDD space do you need for ARch minimal without Xorg? I mean, again, we discussed this the other day, right? If you really squeeze it down, maybe a gigabyte. I mean, you probably could get something like for a container in hundreds of megabyte, but our installer thing was probably 500 megabyte, and extracted's probably a gigabyte, like with Rust and stuff these days. Does that help you? I mean, it always depends what you need and what you want to do. Like, right. Base install and GCC. Yeah, currently base install is like basically maybe also, or did we ship Rust on? Oh wait, it wasn't even Rust. Yeah, this modern stuff is so bloated. If you custom trim it, you can always get it way smaller. What's T2 main advantage? Support legacy hardware? No, support everything, also the latest. Also being able to build embedded targets and things, right? Like basically we have a website. Main advantage is cross-platform, not bloated things. About and a good give a demo about the program or improve it. Happy to use it. Thank you. I don't see Cloud Code, how it's doing it, all of it. What do I mean, fixing random stuff like we usually, like how programmer coded before Cloud and after Cloud. Studying computer science. So, wait, it was remove. Oh, that's march. Oh, this doesn't match, I guess. This was one equal sign too many, right? Cloud code. Okay, then we have also RISC-V Power VR things to do. There was someone. Does it build longer? Was it this one here? Someone hacked that to. Here's K1. So like not actively maintained anymore. I don't understand how stuff always like, nah, not actively maintained anymore. But that's a long time ago here. Wait, that's really nothing. Like, hey, that's 5 slides. Wow. I'm impressed. Welcome everyone. 3 months ago, update 4. Okay, maybe this fixes it. We have also tested, so we could release this. Why would one pick T2 over Gen 2? I don't know, I like everything in T2 better. Serious question though, why would anyone pick Gen 2 over T2? I don't know, a lot of things look more up to date, better supported. Wait, why does this not get T? Doesn't even show me commit. Override graphic drivers. Someone had allegedly got this to work. That's super old stuff, 7 months. Yeah, the industry supported this really badly. So many big names allegedly doing something, and where was... Yeah, if you want to find something these days, right? What was the JH? Software pep is used for graphic. Yeah, finding this stuff always. You need bookmarks. Let me see if I somewhere someone messaged me that basically I need to, like, for all those hidden posts, I need actually to start using bookmarks. Why do I have hundreds of messages with? And why did it? Oh shit! I think now. Oh shit! I hate this Android scroller. All the scrolling jump. The irony, it might only be very little. What is that? Your imagination? The problem is I cannot even share that easily between my Android and my Linux T2 Linux. Would it find it? But that's not. What was that here? 2025. But that's not the right thing. Why so many? How should I ever find that again? Joe, I'm too busy. A signal a surge. Surge. What would be me though? No results. It's not impressive. KDE Connect. I don't really remember this Oxygen theme. What file system do you prefer? BetterFS? NB performance go down over the life from writing? Of course I do. Build T2 Linux for some hours and half your bandwidth of a brand new disk with that simple trick. Where is the guy who did this? Three years ago. Should support as soon as possible, yes. What precise thing is even in there? K3. do we have here? Where do we have graphic here? Multimedia. Oh, you know what? They have such a bad reputation, they don't even list it here, right? Integrated no-name 3D engines that we better not mention because you shall for a long time not get. Yeah, nothing to see. We have a GPU in there you're probably not going to use. Okay, 3 waiting completed. Man. Three specs somewhere. Man. Concrete stuff in this day and age hard to find. Multimedia, decode things, GPU, Power VR, imagination, as seen. Yeah, but I need spec. I need like which thing precisely. That's that difficult. Here was it here? I think here. I think here. I think here was it. So that's upstream. I thought this was in the context of actually what we probably should do, is it not? Because I have this Starfire Vision 2. I mean, also such patches I could also kind of done myself, right? It's so crazy. But yeah, I've not done it. Appreciate that they have done it. Here now that driver BXM4. What precisely have? What do I? So I have it on my desk. Let's turn it on. Device tree should show, right? And then we probably should double check with the Starfire Vision 2. That basic enablement works. Because the promise, but I also spent that much time on it. It's absolutely crazy that 3 years later, do I have a K3 already? This feels scary for me to what I've been early today. I was looking Linux next basement patches that should land in 7.1 waiting for a framework. I got one here. Did you order that or do you get this as open source developer? Got the board. Pre-order. Amazing. So board is here. Prototype board with botch wires, that is. Appreciate that. Shout out to the companies. Deep Computing and stuff sending me one early. Oh, it's a digital computer. What precisely So that's currently running the proprietary driver as part of their example Linux kernel image. PVR server KVM RGX thing, one core, initialize PVR. I'm running the pre-built kernel with the T2 user space because I wanted to get this stuff moving. I have access to their pre-release sources. We are encouraged, after I wasted way too many hours getting this, actually, how much? We probably spent 6 hours of getting T2 booted. Or actually, I think we spent 5 hours getting anything booted, right? Like Duo. Binary file is -a ASCII. RGX, wonderful. Highly specific here. What did we had here? BXM. You need to learn their abbreviated things here. Here is stuff maybe. The modern stuff here, that's the original stuff, which we also have. Then in the iPhone generation mobile stuff, and now we are here at Rogue and things. My plan was to try Linux next, hoping support would be good enough for, but if you want to really use it, you probably need quite some patches for quite a while, especially if you want to use graphic. Actually, shall I subscribe? Maybe we upstream display controller stuff here eventually, but SGX. Okay, that's not particularly detailed here. What was I thinking about choosing? There's actually very broken unfinished Vulkan support. That's with K1, which I don't have. So like, oh, that was two years ago? Oh, holy. How was this 2 years ago already? Oh wait, that is not with the open source driver? I'm confused. What do you know of FGR for Mazer? Because oh, by the way, I yesterday noticed the Ubuntu has this defaulting to user space. Permission denied. 8. Not sure if this will do something, but does it even save? Oh, it does, or whatever. Yeah, just figuring out these days what precisely is in there. Here's a chip brief. What that includes it. It's a full-time job for me, I guess it looks like, right? Why does nobody... Here's a data sheet, allegedly. Here. Okay, they say that. If that is true, we need to see. Maybe that. Thank you for subscription. So what had this J whatnot precisely? Here's the data sheet. Here they write that. Sounds familiar. So that is BXE43. BXE4332. What are those numbers standing for? Is this 2 cluster stuff and that's 4 cluster stuff? So this is less performance than this old thing, or what? Contact sales, yeah. OS support, Linux things. Yeah. Amazing. Hype train incoming. Subscribe 20 months, 19th streak. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your showing support. What was the other 2, right? Do we have, what was it, 232? 232, allegedly, maybe. Means it can only be... Means it's pages here also. Pixels per clock 2, pixels per clock. Four pixels per clock. I guess things. Maybe that just doubles the instances of compute units or whatnot. I never had to look too much into this modern things. The question is, what precisely has this space mid K3? Could you see the LSPCI? Of course you could. Actually, I should actually bring it up online. So it's only host bridges, and the NVMe I put in myself, I just put some random, so that's not much. Yeah, the other stuff is just memory mapped I/O connected straight to the SoC. So yeah, so this, you have 2 M.2, one for the NVMe, like one smaller for the Wi-Fi and one longer. I've not checked how many PCIe lanes connected that is. Maybe the same, I don't know. So how did you develop a USB driver in that stream? I just wrote code. How can I understand the underlying system? I guess read some USB specification. I mean, somewhere I should potentially have access to some internal GitHub, but the problem for me is always I'm not on my main system. It's of course a little bit less efficient. This was something we probably had, right? The funny thing is the graphics they often don't write, because like, yeah, let's better not mention it's Power VR. Do they write spec here? No. By the way, do they list the M.2? This one does not yet work for me, but why do they... here. Okay, here they write PCI1 and PC. Here they don't... Oh, it can do Zarter? I don't know about Zarter. That's interesting. I've not tested that. Interesting that allegedly roots USB. I've not tested that either. I would, if that is by one, root complex things. Do they print this here? Probably. Here is available bandwidth limited by X4 link. X4 link. So maybe one is X4 and the other is X1. Potentially, maybe. Limited by available PCIe bandwidth limited by 8x2 link capable of 63 gigabit 16 at things. Also been looking for graphics spec, but deep computing of course only shows DP external up to things which yeah, maybe again, not better not tell open source people that's still Power VR. Or they also just wait, what? Save energy. Okay, that's building. Amazing. Why do I have that here? Oh, I think I remember it, but actually the question would be, I remember it tried to link the open JPEG or whatever from a host system, because we cross-compile. I think Deep Computing told me it's the same, but I'd like to have written proof. What did we have here? This says, I mean, okay, I can't use it here. because that's T2 user space without this proprietary user space stuff. Read things from hardware registers, RGX device things with one core. Okay, let's take a look. Where is the guy? Okay, here this does not give us much, right? Clockpedia, you had me at Clockpedia. Michael, shit, did I click this away? Yeah, hopefully it was 2025. Someone wrote a blog. Maybe this. Here's, by the way, so that's BXM464. BXM464. So it's something else though. Pseudo link things. What do they have here? Here is how I enabled the TH1120 years ago. Things, dependency chain, mailbox, T-hat Aeon, the power sequencer, and novel appli. Alright, this was mostly about powering this thing on actually. Okay, the display output is entirely different. So yeah, every SoC has different display outputs. So that's probably, is this a Vision? Star 5JH. Okay, that's maybe another TH1120 and JH7110, of course. So yeah, that every SoC other display controller. Vulkan only future, so we have render only nodes. Reproduction. I mean, some of the things here sound a little bit vibed, you all. Secret source. I want broken shit, yes. I mean, the funny thing is, like, this style here sounds extremely vibe clinged, like the secret source, like that. We should get this work. I'll look at this BXM4. That sounds different. Okay, this is, I mean, maybe this is using the same display controller, but so it's M instead of BXM4. I don't know how much 4. I mean, if I would be Imagination, I would make the stuff pretty compatible, but you never know what those. So stuff can work. The question is, what is with clock things? Yeah, first we need to build the kernel from source anyway to be able to modify it. Power sequence obs. Yeah, that's of course the thing. I don't know any, like, worst case we need to start reversing. Yeah, we need to basically check with SpaceMid if they can tell us. Otherwise, we need to reverse. Doing. We're doing T2 Linux and welcome everyone. Oh, 98 viewers. That's more than often. Okay, we have here BXM. Let's make a note. We should basically, as part of this, which even is that? That is some other board. What did he write here? TH stuff. Right, that is also what I wanted to do soon. Okay, so increasingly using our RISC-V resources, right, we had here things, thank you for the reminder, I actually wanted to process more. We also had even more in GitHub. So, yeah, welcome to all things T2 Linux, developing open source Linux distributions, things all day long. Guess fixing GPU support, K3 framework boards. Probably not today, only like looking, like gathering information. First, you need to know what we're dealing with. Before we can, like, if you don't know what precisely you have, then you can't fix it or implement it. By the way, Andre, do you have a RISC-V board or do you just build this a little bit? Do you just how do I download that even? At Biscuit. Do you just test build this in some other system or do you have RISC-V too? I'll look if it built and if it installs correct things. Does it test build on x86? I forgot if it does. Biscuit, where do we put this? What is that? Hotfix package config. Wait, this two. This hotfix. Okay, the two. Yeah, it would scale slightly better if it would be possible. I mean, no, I mean Felix 86. What is this Biscuit thing? I guess I could take a look here. Is it graphic or where did you put it? It would slightly help if you could. By the way, so I will tweak some things. Oh, here what is it? Runtime code. Oh, interesting. Interesting. But we could try RISC-2, by the way. Always best. You can T2 CI, like, you could scripts create checksum patch, but I usually recommend just to T2 commit and press Control C because then you get a checksum here. Yeah, the second, I'm not sure if this maybe doesn't copy if you have, like, if the file exists, you might need -F to force. These small things I will just tweak. So our runtime generator, I guess develop if it's, or, we could also, do we have a RISC-V repository? Because usually we have like PowerPC and stuff, but can I just put it here. Biscuit, right? CPI runtime have x86 instructions. We could just see maybe it's 32-bit 2. Oops. RISC-V. And then I would just split it into like and this. Okay, so you copied in there. Okay, then I thought it was installing. But we could still dash V to have it in the log if people look into the log end, but it's not really that needed then if it's copying it there, if not there. And or the one thing we could historically it would need a priority. We only recently in T2 removed it historically, so we don't really need that anymore, but like the best thing, what's your GitHub? GitHub is here. And there is T2. Because it's a dependency, it's best with, or what was even the syntax, I start to forget. 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is just stage enablement and priority. We want to get rid of it, and we mostly don't need it anymore. But so like, yeah. So basically just for compatibility and stuff, before we fully remove it, hopefully soon. Some old-fashioned static sorting thing, which we kind of got rid of already. Hope I don't have any typos. Normally I would do it from a system where I can test build it. But given that I'm live streaming from this system and the RISC-V system, given that I'm not live streaming from a RISC-V system, if it's not building, we will see in a moment. Why not? Is this native mouse shit again, or I don't? What? Maybe it's native mouse shit, though. Probably it is. Should download it though to have a checksum. Nova is a language we work on. Basically everything not amazing we should do a language. That's Nova. Because now we have a download checksum, right? Yeah. And yeah, you would need to SVN edit, so you would maybe it's with a conflict too cumbersome. I mean, maybe you could also just that. Then you don't need to SVN edit. But yeah, I understand for people without commit access. If you mess add packages like this, then it's cumbersome. So where are we? Citus? Wait. Citus and Cycore. Which is needed first? So this rendering is off now. Web technology things. Totally normal web view here. Cycore first, Citus is not RISC. What does it do? fast and lightweight are disassembler and Yeah, we could have put the other in RISC-V then. Should we put this in x86 or development? Difficult decisions. So core and SciDis. One is probably disassembler, huh? It's a disassembler. But why is... Maybe that's a disassembler only? Because it has dis in the name, but I don't know. Which had the hotfix CMake? So as both are needed by move? No, I don't know. What is generated? What is that here? Include generated? Never install with move. Either copy or install. Is this a... Is this with subdirectories or... And is this a dependency for others? Is the same here? Just needs a sufficiently low number. 987654321. No subdirectory. Then we don't need R. Also I did. So actually, so I usually, it's not, of course not required, but I find it good style, and I usually sort the arguments by the order of importance. So importance is forced to override, and verbose is just nice to have to see it in the log. Sci core. Oops, I meant what? Doesn't install CMake file without it? Without what? Why do you need that? CMake just forgot install, so CMake just forgot to install, so instead of why is why do you need that at all? T2 should automatically do that now. That sounds somehow strange. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 8. I think 1 too little, huh? I could commit it without that. And see what I need there. Doesn't install CMake find. but CMake should run make. We run make install, no? Didn't even check the cache files. I think this descriptions might be slightly off. From the names, I would guess that's a core code generator library and it's a disassembler, like if you wanted to fine-tune that. So I only committed this from the Steam Deck. Did you patch, or did I even? No, I don't know if I committed this with a checksum. Did you patch? We need to patch Felix to use it too, right? I did download, yes, the 404s from the mirror. We need to improve this slightly. I'm aware this is confusing. Now the Nova was just some initial prototyping. These are Gator and White or so, Hall effect things. This one here with Gator and White or whatever Hall effect things. That's what I'm doing next, but you should keep the make install and cycle because Cyrus can't find it after, otherwise whoever wrote the install for. But T2 should run make install, no? I don't see how T2 should, for a CMake thing, T2 should run make install already, so. Because this really fails. Since the last time it wanted to use my system. Needs patch. Purpose. Ah, this was probably just. Should fix this. What did? Oh no, we deleted this. Okay, next time we really need to fix this. Wait, Biscuit? I didn't want it to Biscuit. Oh no, I wanted to Biscuit. The packages has both CMake and Meson build. It runs a Meson or Ninja variant. Maybe then if... And it has a make file additionally? Confused. Puzzled and confused. What's building that long here? Oh, cool. Why do we build that? Probably builds forever. Oh, I don't. Why is this selected? Oh, that somehow what graph is. We should sometimes look what stuff builds. Oops. Just stick it to this group here. Yeah, I'm doing that already. Where are we here? I mean, at this rate, we could also build a new RV 3064 already. RV 23. Yeah, next we urgently, the thing is, yeah, working on your open source project for fun, and then I'm so not in the mood to wire binary updates somehow into systemd and KDE. I guess what we should do is we should first, what is more fun is working on the infrastructure. So I guess first we should do binary, like auto binary update building infrastructure. Make this stuff install proof of concept, and then, I mean, obviously, yeah, that's also the natural order. First make the base technology work and then wire it up into UI things. Omitting directory generated. I asked for that, actually. Oops. What is getting there that warm? That's the heat pipe of, okay, that's the CPU heat pipe. I wonder what level of performance are we approaching here. Actually, we need to file this here properly. I didn't even, yeah, we need to file that. Yeah, we need to replicate this with T2. I have such a router for this purpose. Wanted to do this with T2 a long time ago, but basically the router got deprecated and too slow, faster than RISC-V. What was our 2 minutes stuff? 3 minutes, so I mean, obviously that's slower than Mac Pro from 10 years ago. Okay, it's half, it's, I mean, but that was pretty beefy silicon, right? A decade ago. Which other board? I mean, VIA Nano is not really what was this VIA? It's of course someone nobody has, but where are we? Oh, look at this. It's kinder, but it's still slower than that. Bash bin utils, 4 minutes bin utils. Okay, that's, yeah. So putting this in, this is just how bloated modern software is, right? Like it's nearly that. I mean, yeah, that was not the highest performance, but nearly that. And yet, what's a PinePhone? Where do I have PinePhone in mobile? Huh? Pine 64. How far have we come from? Hey, look at this. It's way faster than this old thing. Currently maybe works for me with, what did Sai disinstall? Sai disinstalled that thing, info libs Sai core, installed some SO, some headers, Bisquid things here. Looks all good. Thank you for your contribution. No evil make thing is apparently required. Additionally, only this -r for recursive. When I even ask, is it a directory? Yes, it was a directory. And never move stuff. All files need to be singularly copied. Although usually it would have a similar effect, because usually if we build in TempFS, but if it's, yeah, otherwise T2 cannot track all the individual files also if it's the same file system. Graphics. We still need to patch Felix to use it, right? What are you using, T2 or window? What is window? If you mean Windows, then I don't use Windows since 1996-ish. If that was your question. I use Rock Linux and T2 Linux since 1998-ish. Wow, 100 viewers, it's amazing. Welcome you all, everyone tuning in for our midweek, or is it Monday? Calling Monday, only here live on this channel we call Monday midweek. Yeah, I guess we still need to patch this, to patch all the dependencies out of there, right? Which I wonder if... Did you start to do that already? It would just package check each here. Ah, okay, I'll leave this for you. It's probably producing shared files now, I guess. Next things, okay. Yeah, let's continue to do high-level things today. Otherwise, we sidetrack here in building kernels and stuff. I wasted enough time last week to build random things. And we have all these fine builds here, so we should publish those. How many are we here? 700. Okay, that's done in 10 packages. I had 2 more packages from last time. I think there's probably still. You mean 2 more not yet committed packages? Happy to hear you like Nova. Yeah, we should make a simple and beautiful language. And like not bloated, like never bloated. Like make a simply working language and then like not resist adding every cursed feature like they do in Rust and Zig and stuff. So what else is probably something, right? This here I did. What else is this one here? This is not yet. Maybe this is not yet. Aborted chat files, yes, as expected, but that's fine. Look, we commit this from a RISC-V system if the copy and paste would go through. Oh, that even... Wait, why is this... Wait, what? You change this from 2.1 RC... Oh no, wait, what? This is why this looks... never mind. Wait, what? Wait, what? Maybe I didn't play it yet. That happens sometimes. Sometimes me confused. Pi. If this is a generic non-SOAP thing now, maybe, I don't know. But YOLO. Maybe it should be another directory, not SOAP, but... all these random things I'm not personally invested in, right? Like you can at any time take over pseudo-official maintainers there in these packages. I only mass substituted this to get rid of generic T2 support things recently. Wait, edit? How is this edit? Why did it say edit? What? How did this happen? What did I do now? I'm not really sure why our script doesn't auto. And you say that one. This is both of those, Perl and the Perl resend the SDA Perl, you say? Problem is, I mean, I could, you know, maybe the best thing would be what was the name? Maybe test build. Oh, that will build a while. Building that in 1 minute, I highly doubt that. How is this only 1 minute? That's probably pretty off. But building in parallel. You think you deleted the other patch in there? The multiple return is a generally good design idea. Why designers for languages didn't think of it? I mean, some languages have it. Some languages have it via tuples. I mean, historically it was just like one function returns one thing, which, yeah, that's a rather. I mean, sure, multiple return values introduce somewhat complexity, but like it's of course silly. We have functions with multiple arguments, but not like return values. Yeah, that's one of those things that's extremely Man, see, multiple return methods with language flow. Okay, so yeah, so much to hear. This is RISC-V performance, right? Not that bad anymore. Not yet amazing, but not that bad anymore. Raspberry 4 levels, I guess. Which, yes, people want more. I mean, I want more too. Oh, wait, what? Why do I not have... Oh, I just lost it. Why did we lose that? Oops. Somehow this kernel panicked. Somehow. Fatal exception. Stopped secondary CPU things. I have no idea what issue it had now. Handle RISC-V interrupt. I guess we're not running this in production soon. Oops. What was this? Can this embedded controller power off? Embedded controller could power off. Okay, vendor hacked kernel let it stable. Surprise. Okay, ARM stuff otherwise build. So do we boot here or... No, we're not booting anymore. Let's hope it didn't overheat enough to... Let's power cycle this thing completely and hope for the best. Let's hope this board didn't overheat already. Do I have... Oh, you know what's fun? Now it's crashing my power delivery thing here. I had this before. Now even my dock. How did we this? Now the dock is even confused or whatnot. My dock keeps crashing, that's funny. Cannot make this up. 2026, your power delivery hub thing. Doesn't power delivery. Yeah, USB-C is a future where nothing works reliably anymore. Strange things. Wait, is that even the right? think this was even the wrong. Oh, I pulled it out. Yes, this was the wrong summer. This is some other. There we have something again. Not ideal. Not ideal. Yeah, prototype stuff. Unstable. Surprise. But hey, it's serial number 16. No, thankfully not. But that's what you get from serial number 16 with botched wires. And quickly YOLO potentially wipe-coded kernel patches. Where was this here? Which system is this? Ah, it's my local one. What did we test build? Pro stuff. What's my preferred language? Kinda still Lightweight C++ because I know it the most. Lightweight C++ and Lua 5.1. Please do wipe coding. No, I don't want to. I don't want to further inflate memory and GPU prices and waste my money and destroy the environment. Like, why should I do wipe coding? Why should I waste my talent on wiping shit? Yeah, I do too much of this packaging things here. I'm not really the most fan. I mean, is there any possibility we killed this out of memory? Not really, huh? I mean, yeah, we have some swaps. It's welcome everyone. Why do you ask me to please do wipe coding? I don't understand. If you want to watch wipe coding, why not watch some AI generated wipe coding stuff? Where are we here? Building step. Unable to skip some address. Okay, that's still working. Okay, we have some things to test. First of all, I guess this one. Did we build all or did we skip something? I think we, at most we skipped some provisioning profiles. Should we double check that? Yeah, next we urgently, as much as I don't like to do it, we urgently need binary updates because the best releases don't help if people don't easily get them. Okay, that's improving. Do we have some create ISO thing of T2? I deleted this recently because out of storage space. Welcome-matic. Just the right time to test new builds. What could possibly go wrong? And crashing the RV32 board in some way, shape or form. Actually, now I should actually here. Building stuff on RISC-V RV 23. Amazing. Also, I should reorder this. This is confusing. maybe I don't install this because I have this running. I'm a little bit tired of always relogging into Subversion. Where is things ISO? Where is ISO? Here. Do I really have no other? Actually, wait, I have here one. Wait, this was actually the right one. Shit. Did this wrong. Okay, remote, connect things. We still need to update systemd. Oh, so much to do. Hey, latest of everything reproducibly coming up now. Not that much to fix anymore. Most things just work these days. Things. It's probably fine, right? People wanted Clippy and stuff. This is wrong. Okay, Notic said some Rustier is wrong, but I've never personally seen that. How much cursed random messages do we... oh, this is currently actually slightly reduced. It was a reverse. I mean, this here will probably go away if we update systemd. And there's some... I mean, it's actually relatively clean for... but that works. Test loop 64. Don't know. This is... need to see. Never had an issue. But Notic said he had an issue. Needs to update Biscuit 4.2. Yeah. Does it need the latest and greatest features? Okay, amazing. That comes up. Why did I even do that? Here. So ARM stuff. Is it generic or what is that? LibMTP, but that was, yeah, we need to fix this too, but otherwise fine. I guess did this build? This must have built. Right, did it? Probably, it built that. Squashif is amazing. Oh shit, I just Control C that probably. Did I? We could pre-test that. Oh, that's also Penfrost, right? That's the first build where we ship Penfrost. Yeah. That works. Amazing. Also done. Check. And so that is when companies send me random hardware, right? Shout out again to Meta and Deep Computing and stuff. Sending me some random stuff that not yet working. And yeah, just like this. Fully patched kernel source case 3, so you could build kernel. Yes, they gave me, it's here. Did we build? We did build the ISO, right? Yeah. Thank you for subscription. 2 months, that is amazing. T2 26.5 star. Don't want this index. I guess we could delete this index, right? ARM64 x86. So the ARM is not tested. Theoretically, I could, but so the kernel sources are here. Somewhere. Did they do something? Oh shit, what was my... forgot. Okay, that was my... okay, they didn't do something the last day. So the secret sources are here. They are currently being upstreamed. They want us potentially work on some things, like cleaning them up but that's all not yet 100%ly. It's still in discussions. There would be... Is there not a... I mean, it's pretty many commits, you all. Regarding the kernel peg, I probably built a kernel with chaos. Looked like some memory corruption, but potentially crashed. And yeah, yeah, could probably be potentially everything. Okay, that's gazillions of patches. Holy shit. Fix coding wrong. Fix coding wrong. What would fix coding wrong be? Whatever that means. These are really many changes, you all. Holy chipmunks. Is there a git log to fork clone things? I just grabbed to Greg. Usually I grab Crow Hartman. Ah, here. Very quick. Install anything Cosma SSL is. Hey, real quick, I can't install anything Cosmo SSL is outdated. What precisely do you mean by yours, ours, mine, what? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's most details missing, like it's, how many hours, 2 million insertions, 2000 line changed in 2 million insertions. So it might be a while to get upstream. Oh, here is DRM Rogue. But that is, holy shit, this is some, is this a proprietary imagination driver? What am I just looking here? Hello, imagination? That is interesting. Am I allowed to look at that? Nice. Oh, there's Imagination Rogue Space Mid sysconfig services. That's interesting. Especially is this building fully out of sources, or is there binary only object stuff additionally? So I tried to t-install CA, but it fails to fetch due to SSL. Didn't recently had this issue. Today some idiot parked in a sideways, so I had to argue. Never mind saying so much. Like available also distro for us. It's relaxing. Happy to see that. I mean, yeah, the series appreciated. Not sure what the legal consequences of looking at this, because here is the only constant change and ever-changing kernel APIs. The irony is I currently don't have the user space. So how much? Okay, it's also a lot of wireless things for some random wireless things. Okay, the good thing is the 2 million lines of code is mostly imagination driver that we did not really plan to use. I wonder how many people have seen this. Was this already part of some other vendor SDKs? Or did the vendor so far keep it so top secret that we are the first to see this in public? No, here's stuff. Google. Here is some stuff. You mean like insecure? You could, I would need to check the script's download sources. You could certainly insert there at least manually -- insecure whatnot to some download thing. Yeah, I don't know how proprietary this is and how top secret, given there you find sometimes something on the internet. Um, what is the copyright header of? Server bridge, dual MIT GPL. I mean, maybe they still, I mean, they anyway have their proprietary firmware and things, so all of this one driver versus the other when all we wanted is an open source driver. Yeah, we should, but the thing is we have other things to do first before we work on this here. This random drivers, this random unrated drivers, I don't know why they do here Realtek things, like maybe that's something they just prefer because they have stock of it or whatnot. Ethercat. Okay, the good thing, it's mostly multimedia and other things, so what else do we have here? Okay, 0 frames. That didn't crash yet this time. Did this also? Okay, this didn't find. libSTL, what's with? All we wanted was testing this here. Okay, there is still some non-built stuff. Potentially, maybe. libSTL alien, whatever that is. What is it? 20 seconds. Got Starbolt to download, just to install things. Okay, there is some stuff not compiling, but that's not my department. All we wanted was commit this. Basically makes this stuff more. So you said maybe you deleted the other patch. Oh, you need to rebuild curl, by the way. Curl bundled their own. This is, yeah, sorry, like curl. It's like, yeah, I don't understand what all the other open source projects are thinking. You need to rebuild curl. It bundled. It has its own bundled curl things. It has its own built-in threads for whatnot reasons. You said this one. Good that we tested this before we committed this. Wait, what? I think you want to first update your curl so that it works again. Can you tell us a joke? No. Oh, there's also some white space things. Because that's supposed to be a major update. Oh, I thought I deleted this. No. Did I mistype something? But this also doesn't have the right spaces. Did you hear about the kernel bug found using Claude Code? I don't know, there are kernel bugs every day. maybe I read something somewhere also, not really. Like, kernel, it's, legacy code's so full of bugs that's... You have watching you for a long time. I constantly tell you funny things. Like, have you seen this code quality? Ain't that funny? We are constantly joking here and having fun. Okay, so the next major things we need to do is we need to publish, like, going forward, for everything we get working, we need to publish thumb image. Yes, that's extra work and stuff. Like alien SDL, yes, like, yes. It's just didn't. So we need images, so we need some new image infrastructure. And then we need binary updates. How do we continue? Yeah, so I mean, without fully just working downloads, people will not use T2. How will they ever upstream that many changes? I think this K3, this is probably 80% Power VR and some Wi-Fi drivers. So the 2 million or whatever changes is 80% not relevant, I guess. The other stuff looked minor. They already upstreamed some things. I think Linux 7.0 or 7.1 has... I think 7.0 has basic enablement. Like, so I've worked with them. I just looked overview. Basically, there's like, hey buddy, look at this. And since November, it's like there. But I think 7.0 probably has basic SOC CAN UART and other basic enablement. 7.1 has some more PCI or whatnot things. So it's probably mostly there of being somewhat usable. And have you decided if PowerPC will switch from KDE to XFCE for live ISO yet? I decided that we added XFCE back. I think I think we should ship a consistent package set. It makes no sense to say like KDE Desktop usually comes with KDE, except if it doesn't. So I added XFCE back so that on such systems you can fall back to a more snappy, old-fashioned desktop environment. And you can still run some KDE things like Kate or other things you might like there. Yeah, probably continued automated building new 10.4 package updates. Which one? KDE? We will also put some more efforts into fixing some KDE things for Big Endian, but that is for another day. Basically, the more you shall subscribe. Maybe I need some interns of fixing those things for me. Keeping from updating. Yeah, it's keeping me because the live ISO doesn't work on AGP NVIDIA. Doesn't. Which system do you have? Were you the one with this AGP G5? As you said, added basic key 3 support, added I2C Ethernet and some other things. So I hope that 7.1 will get to where it will. Could have K3 network running relatively stable. Yeah, you were this one, yes. Yeah. Again, as usual, we wasted already. I mean, not only did I waste dozens of hours over the last 10 years to off and on always check if that stabilized and worked again. We also recently wasted many hours of going back and forth and testing random things. Yeah, we need to, so yeah, basically, so for you, what do you currently have on your G5 and how much is it working? I guess Radeon is, wait, you said NVIDIA? Wait, NVIDIA? Like, is that not, Is it not like completely worked fine other than SSL 2510 working fine other than... I lost overview. You're the one that I helped a little bit to get something working? Because once there was some issue with 2510. And what is not working fine? DisplayPort issue. LOL. You mean DVI, right? That's only DVI? Or Apple Display? You need to help me. I lost overview. DVI, my... But was it not like... Ah, right, I remember. So it was VGA not working and DVI then worked. What is the issue with new? Have you tried something newer? What is the issue with? Because the issue otherwise is... Okay, you said G5. So what is the issue with the new things? With KDE, I just get no display. Completely none? Which image did you try? Which T2 image? Yeah, that needs more work. But the latest ISO, I don't know what we have to try there, but we also, I once changed that on not high performance systems, we disable KDE graphic by default, so that you need to start it manually. That maybe the image that you loaded didn't have that yet. We moved so fast that I lost overview what we have in which thing. Okay, so that's, say, 16 years newer, could you believe? Thank you for the patch. At this rate, you become the next, the latest top tier contributor. Which did I did reboot, right? There's still, it's so annoying. Oh, by the way, you know what I changed for maybe that to be less stable? I changed the cooling to the CPU frequency to on demand. I just had more time on my hands this week or so. That is amazing. Appreciate this. Things, delete, add, sending. Yeah, for all the RISC-V haters, we run on RISC-V, the future. We also had here a patch. Also, what's our Repology things looking? Probably approaching top 5 again. Hey, top 5. Alex QT thing. Amazing. Problems decreasing. We had that here. I did this for macOS. Fix prefix only with Yeah, you need to, best you should say for which system. I remember that somehow some older Unix, Linux, and macOS systems don't have that like that. But so best in the future, right? For which system? Because on many system both works. I forgot which works on macOS. I could fire up some macOS, but Lishi Pi 4a. Happy to see that. Overheat, yeah, overheat your RISC-V thing. The patch. Yeah. Oh, that's not a valid email address thing of. Yeah, best would be for which system, but I could do it like. GitHub, oh, it's pull okay, that's not an issue then. Oops. There was also got to run, really interesting. We'll be back. Happy to hear that. So pull actually issues. What issues? Why do we not have? Why does this not load? Internet so. Now it loads. Someone wanted links. Links on RISC-V. Anyone? By the way, I wonder if the speakers are part of the board because it has an other driver. Okay, we don't have Hawk. What do we pre-install? I mean, yeah, we should do reticulating splines, but how much do we need for socks? Lame. Was it Opus? No, this, but why not? Was it 3 seconds? 1 minute, 1 second, let's go. Nothing like testing RISC-V. I mean, we need to get better at PR. Like, we should theoretically pull some publicity stunts, like leaking performance data to Phoronix, although I never really run Phoronix. Basically getting into the news with like, hey, TT for initial performance data things, K3 SpaceMid. The only thing is, I'm not a fan of Phoronix test suite. The reason the silicon is also not yet that amazing is because it only has a clock for the high performance and the AI CPU clusters. So that is the kind of stuff, I mean, plus lacking decades of speculative out of order execution stuff. It's of course getting there. With every release it becomes more amazing. It's just, it's all over, still a lot of things to do, right? Because we have here something. I wonder if that is connected somewhere. I don't know if we are fully loaded here. But yeah, this is of course by far, I mean not by far, it's of course the most snappy single thread performance RISC-V system. If you're not prohibited to publish performance data early access, why not go for it? Yeah, because I'm not feeling like running affairs. I would need to get used to run the Phoronix test data suite thing, which yeah, we kind of should. I mean, theoretically, they forbid me nothing. They send me this board with no strings attached. They kind of, I mean, they're probably happy for every PR they could get out of it. Except publishing performance data is not the best PR because it's not yet the highest performance, right? I'm not sure how much more final silicon could further. But yeah, as I said, the difference between this is modern silicon has per core CPU frequency and voltage scaling. This has only per cluster scaling. Plus, of course, all the embarrassingly out of order speculative execution and stuff, and plus higher clock, right? This is only 2.4 so gigahertz. Downloaded a Python library right now. I'm running to completely bug my PC. You should not download random stuff. You should run a trusted distribution like T2 Linux. What are you working on? We're working on T2 Linux. All things package updates, fixing random things, testing RISC-V RVA 23 things, enablement, and similar such things. Basically, if you're new to our stuff, we maintain one of the most portable, cleanest low-code package manager format things that, and the last Linux distribution to just support any CPU instruction set architecture. Also, theoretically, we wait for .1, which ain't there yet. Here, now we have play. Did you download the song somewhere? This does not, zero cannot encode things not applicable. Can't encode unknown what? Play. Hi-Fi? I mean, not important, but I thought maybe something would work. I mean, not important. ES something Hi-Fi, I2C. I mean, no idea if and where that is connected. I mean, it should have some playback. Just says Hi-Fi, huh? ES Hi-Fi things. Yeah, YOLO, I guess. I mean, we could test in T2. And we could what does socks to do? No, unable to install hardware parameters. Why not? Does it have any of the both things? Why should fail? Unable to install. Period time things. What does it support then? Okay, YOLO somehow doesn't work. Audio in Linux desktop things, whatever is going on. Probably something's going on. Good, links. We wanted links. This didn't build. Read only, yes, that was reported. So that's basically we work here all day long on T2 Linux. How's Fiber Channel boot on T2? Should work on which system? I have Fiber Channel in some Spark systems that should usually boot. What system do you have, and have you tried it already? I fixed it a couple of times. Was broken every other year. Last time I tried it was working. So here is a patch that's a little bit, no, this is my first time making patch towards, so don't know if this patch is formatted right. In theory, yes, just, I mean, so don't leave old code in here. If you just don't leave so much stuff here. The other thing is this upstream fixed? Is there a clean patch upstream? That we, did you say links, right? Do they not have like it or so? 2024 to 30. To 30. Do they have like code thing, something, web browser, source code? I hope T2 does not require to do get sent email now. QLogic HBAs in what? x86 Spark? Sign off. You can email me, GitHub, Discord, paste bin. Oh wait, that's not the link. Development, download, Git. Okay, if I don't find it in some seconds, then not. Do we have here some? Okay, that's not a patch. That's not a pull request. Does this like? Yeah, this does something. Yeah, even more efficient would be pull request. GCC whatever, or I mean maybe, okay, what we could try, maybe we can work around this with here, like use some old GNU standard, maybe it builds, most likely it will actually build. Oh, here's some, we can always build graphic due to if we can always hear some conditionals. So that's not how we usually do it. If package direct FB and things of PNG. JavaScript was removed and break if enabled. Package direct things SVG items xorg. Also this is probably more like x11. If anything. Lasst uns froh und munter sein und uns den Refrain lustig tralala, bald KDE wieder da, bald I'm happy when you're happy with our risk systems. Skazi. Welcome. Hope you have a wonderful day. I wonder if we need this here still. That's for old things. Let's test that, and let's test that here. See what happens. Yo, a song for you. Happy to hear that. Python things failed. Oh, okay. Python doing what you're building. No one here. Why you made looks? Who are you? It looks so. Who we are the core developer and stuff of T2 Linux. Many know me from viral videos, like millions of views of writing Linux kernel code here on and copy and pasting it. Fixing things daily bisecting the open source world. Running out of options to get my SSL updated. I'm so sorry to hear, man. All you had to do is only build curl, as Foxtrot says. No, I don't know what can't causlib IDN fails to build, which is. Wasn't that. You could try deps none and like T2 install -deps equals none curl. So how do we continue? All right, I could here. Okay, we should also theoretically, we should try the ARM here. That would be here, power off. We should try the ARM build ourselves because what we don't test is usually broken. So actually, let's rename this here. That probably doesn't have much. We have here rsync. Here we have rsync. Look at that. Yeah, next we need to build out our automated build stuff. So that stuff fully automatically cross build stuff, and even maybe some things auto test through QEMU and then auto publishes, and then our links, what they're even doing. Yeah, some old C code there is, like you see here, get like, it's just, I mean, it's mostly building, except it was building, except one line C code of L value assignment or so. Was it L value? In read only location. Const char, it's like, yeah, they just don't see, like they just a regular quality C code. I would find my terminal. Here's my terminal. Hey, look at that. I mean, that's impressive. So that's some weeks of updates and it's still 50% the same. Even the compressed squashifer, that's unexpected. I would have expected total sizes. What does it send? It received. I mean, that's crazy efficient for fully compressed. So I would expect if we custom processes like pre-compression, that the update should be even way more efficient. So I mean, this is still 2 weeks of updates of probably even a new Qt version and lots of KDE updates and stuff, and probably even new Linux kernel. Where is my, which of my run scripts was it? This one here? 5 off fast. Is it this one, or do I not even have that? 3.1. Oh, I did spice. Never mind. So once this confused me already. Spicy. Do I have spicy GTK? Which one is it? This here. There. Hey, we booted already. Would you look at this? Shit, boots so fast I can't even run my spicy fast enough for stuff to spice. Yeah, don't delay. Switch to this amazing, just look at this. Snapdragon, Qualcomm X Elite Snapdragon stuff. Only the latest and greatest stuff of everything now with fixes. Matic will be happy. Like, look at this, like T2 snappiness. Yeah, running. So yeah, it was this one. Whatever. KD and Qt update. Yeah, each time we fix some small things, of course. This time we don't have ls font config list things not airing out anymore. Probably some fonts work. Yeah, that's gone. We have the Firefox icon working finally, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It is what it is. Okay, amazing. Guess shut down. All of them for the verse, yes. For the win. How did I usually boot that? Probably like this because it's my throwaway test VM. Right, then, oh, that's still building. Oh, it crashed again. Hear me out with int C things of handle on IRQ stack things, industrial IO things of null pointer dereference at virtual address things. Maybe, hear me out, maybe I don't change CPU. Like, so far it only happened after... Hello? I pulled the USB port. Oh wait, does it? So far it only happened after I changed the CPU frequency scaling, which maybe ain't stable. Let's see if it continues to occur. It could be random silicon instability, right? So far it only happened after I changed the CPU frequency scaling. It could also be genuine bug, but oops, it's also wrong. Yeah, our to-do is so long. So better images, binary system update, then on such boards, graphic acceleration. Okay, let's this time run. Wait, who did this? Oh, Archmask typo. Oops, sorry. Thank you for cleaning up after me. Oh, did this build? Oh no, it did not build. Crashed during the build. We probably should change our accounting for not clearing, like, for a start of the build, not... updating any metadata. I guess time for coffee. What should we do next, team? We should do next what is most... Yeah, we need to better prioritize things and not randomly improve things. We need to get more news out. Need to get more updates to our users. Oh, so much to do. So much to do. The irony is for full integration. It's of course slightly sad that we don't ship Kmail. But that is the modern bloat, right? Like, it would be nice to ship Kmail and this messaging thing. There's this calendar thing. But like, holy shit, the dependencies. Oh, that even built. Welcome to Links. Oh, maybe we should sometimes test that this looks as amazing as it does. Amazing. On RISC-V, RVA 23, no less. Too much to do. You have too much to do. No idea how you cope with it all. Plus idiots like me making suggestions. Yes, I cope by you share, like, subscribe, and send us some super things. Forgot even to super things. All the colors. Let's go. Felix almost builds for me. Just get a link error. Just one function even. Just one function or just printing the first. You will probably... I use Kmail and Thunderbirds as standard. You mean who? Yeah, Thunderbird is the standard, but Kmail might be the more KDE integrated. How on earth do you have energy to work on this many days a week? I get tired after looking terminal after 30 minutes. I don't know. I only get tired seeing so much breakage. Looking at the terminal. Oh, that's why I use commercial comic code. Okay, that's slightly newer. Whatever dependency is doing here. I mean, AutoMake ain't there anymore. This GDK buff, whatever, it's probably used. I guess I committed like this. I mean, this librsvg is a little bit sus. I guess something's optional, but some patches. This is real. Oh, it's also the serial terminal. I didn't. Wait. Where is my... Okay, that's real. We saw it's real. Let's do it already. Let's inspire other... Oh, it has this already. I mean, Cairo may be optional, but YOLO... Okay, this Perl stuff might be new due to configure. Oh, it's actually 1 year later. Yeah, more optional dependencies and patches. Shit. A native terminal crypt. GNU 11. Clean ads. So was it automake, right? Automake, quirk, yes. Oh, GitHub issue. GitHub. That. Oh shit. 342. Yeah, just like that. Let's push those changes to GitHub. So why am I updating curl again? Because curl, because curl bundles certificate things, which is silly. Even your parents using Thunderbird on Windows. Yeah, totally. But doesn't mean we shouldn't have options. And I mean, Thunderbird also not totally super amazing. It's just said that, I mean, that's a crazy thing. 20 years ago, KDE 3 came with some nice tiny little KHTML. Now it's like, hey, you can 1.5 hour build Qt web and, or actually Qt web engine builds in just 20 minutes. Or 25, which is way faster than Chromium. Yeah, the bloat of modern stuff is crazy. I have no idea how we could get this bloated genie ever back into the bottle again, except maybe if memory and if computer gear now becomes like, if AI makes computer gear and memory and CPUs so expensive that and GPUs, like if the Silicon Valley tech bro, I mean, this bubble probably bursts soon, right? But if stuff becomes that expensive that people can afford nothing anymore, then maybe people optimize the heck out of shit again. all of this stuff failed. Probably. Why everything failing? Did I? No, I didn't. I should move this to Qualcomm X1 read soon. I should test this RVA. We should basically actually keep building some things. We should figure out if without CPU frequency scaling it's stable. That they can't focus on optimization. They constantly add new features, otherwise users would complain it's lacking new features. That's crazy. Nate thinks that... Yeah, definitely not by building on top of this. This is also why I say I fully understand not invented here, inventing the 24th or 30th desktop environment, but that's why, I mean, GCC and LVM Clang and Rust and Zig are already so bloated that I can basically not build on top of it. That's also one reason why I'm not jumping on the Rust or Zig bandwagon. Or was there a core utils update? Untested, thank you. Oh, maybe this hotfix ain't needed anymore. Would you look at that? Good that we didn't auto commit that. Right, once I made the list, I should publish this. I waste half of the time on project with linking against LVM. How is, what do you mean half? I mean, you waste half of your build time linking with, or do you mean development time of API enablement? Half of the build time. Yeah. I mean, the build time is one thing, like million lines of code is another. What's bro doing? We developed T2 Linux. Glad you asked. We are T2 Linux. Okay, X265 untested. Touch welcome. Didn't suspend yet. Let's. Just suspended. Yay. Did it writing total reuse? Did it push this already? It just suspended in that second. Actually, we wanted to stress test this here. It's this one here, right? I mean, CPU frequency scaling, maybe it's just some voltage adjustment or whatever, if that is a thing. But first, like, what could we test build here on? What would be useful too? I mean, how would this run? Does it even have dynamic? I don't even know. Just build some random stuff that I usually use for test building. Yes, yes. Cosmic Kid plays it. That. Let's see. 6 minutes plus minus. Thank you, Matic. It came up in QEMU for me, and it should only have hey, now shipping with Penforce driver. Somehow typo. We kinda, it's ridiculous. Who thought that it's the best C and security people, and then it's like, nah, let's bundle certificates. What could possibly go wrong? Why we need 5 different SSL certificate stores in Linux is also no idea. What we should, okay, you can just leave it like this. We should also actually, we have some installer things. Okay, oh, why do we have so much to do, man? We should actually add this to the to-do. We should also actually we should probably project prioritize this stuff. Given it's so much, it's just difficult. I mean, we should kind of prioritize stuff for us. And other things only if the check comes through. Actually, I think I did this, right? T2 live default, I think I did this. Test disable things. I should test this. So we should actually fix LVM2 crypto install. I think there is some recent bug. It didn't just work for me the last time. We should also make installer, like desktop installer, just copy the rootfs and use as atomic base layer. The sun came out. The sun came out. Also, I need coffee. I should sometimes, 3 hours, 40 minutes already. What does the build do? It's somehow annoying, and that is how one gets distracted and what people might call AHDS things. it's somehow annoying that the graphic on both of those things don't work. So, I mean, so the acceleration, the display output works. So in a real company, you in a real company would also hire people to do this shit. In a real company, you would need to prioritize to like what is really the next thing. So real prioritization would mean it doesn't matter if the stuff is accelerated if nobody can't using it. So that would mean the real business decision would be make this build images that people can just download, because without people being able to download this, although yes, this is rare, this is upcoming next stuff that very few people have yet. But we need it in general. In general, we need the infrastructure to be able to publish those images. And that's also what we're here for, right? Like this is co-working. This is co-working startup 101. Also pro tip next, we need to work on funding. So at image generation X1 Elite, X2 Raspberry Pi. So it's not only this CUF stuff, but also I think it's what's called 6 or whatnot, and that's called K3. And we will not have an image for each of those. This will be images with multiple things in one. What next do we... yeah, basically all this infrastructure stuff, all we also urgently need to update systemd. Where do I have systemd? I procrastinated this for weeks already. Systemd fix booting. Oh, I have this here already. Oh, maybe Notech fixes. Actually, this is probably slightly different from installer thing, which I think that's probably two different bugs. Okay, that's building. What was the build time estimate? The build time estimate was... we could do some lightweight stuff and add website. Oh, comment there. I use KD Plasma, and yeah, I use Thunderbird rather than Kmail. Did you get a PR from GitHub with the comments? One great function with GitHub is to add a patch to the comment. You all get the patch. Yes, I know. PR from GitHub with the... Yes, I got. So my suggestion will be to use commit PR will be more easy. I did dot patch, right? I did this. I do this for 10 years already or whatever. I downloaded it like that, but thank you. Telling everyone else here also. What was the build estimate for this stuff? We also have this look and usability to improve. How do we do infrastructure for the website? And yes, I'm aware that Jochi prepared a completely new website. I'm somewhat reluctant because like I simply don't have time to curate website stuff for a week. Realistically, switching or importing and cherry picking any of Jochi's things is probably a week worth, like 40 hours easily. And even then stuff will be missing. That is why I always say like slow is like commit early and often and stuff. I just don't see me right now. Like I have way too much stuff to do than basically all new website is, even if I take other people's stuff, it's just way too much work for me. Basically we would need team web infrastructure. Is this still building here? Not yet crashed. So far it only crashed on IRQ things with CPU frequency. I need to make a proper... Maybe we need a proper spreadsheet with priorities and time estimates. We have also GPU asshole on. I mean, that's I just loosely files here all on the desktop, right? So that's Thix or any Penfrost or whatever, and GPU asshole on. So any RISC-V PVR, Imagination PVR, also Star5. What we theoretically also should do, I mean, we have even theoretically a user in our Discord who has 64 thread, and that's the thing. People buy it and then probably didn't use it much, right? The thing is, even for that I even use that, but to update the kernel, I need to. Yeah, this is basically all that NLnet didn't fund. Also, speaking of NLnet, I remember when I still wonder if we are even still in the run. What day do we have? We have April. I wonder if we are still running in this round of GPU things, because I got already an email after which they sent it was sent by error. It's declined. I think we should I probably should reapply. I said I should. I said I will just reapply. Just have not done it yet. I should reapply with a smaller sum to Sovereign Tech Fund and NLnet again. What did I say here? Bootsync. So it's basically at image. Okay, that's actually image generation. It's just many, right? It's the next. I mean, does everyone have that? No, but it's star 5 Vision 2. Is it called that? Star 5 Vision 2. Something like that. Star Vision 2. And also the Sovgo Milk-V Pioneer. How do you even Milk-V Pioneer? It's really many boards, and then also this macros. Is it Milk-V? What we could really use is Vision 5 2. Vision 5, of course. Kind of refreshing to see someone actually thinking through and not this wipe coding bullshit. Yeah, totally. Ironically, people ask me to wipe code here. It's like, no, we have stuff to do. Okay, actually, so idling this is a waste of. So we have done here things. Let's log out, then it shuts off. Oh, look at this. That even build. Let's save CPU cycles and electrons and do stuff on RISC things. Actually, I think I didn't commit all of the things here yet. What was with all this build? Yeah, we also need to improve. We need to fully automate data to save our time with that. I think we make this an integrated infrastructure. Of course not one, but so that we probably make this one auto builder for our updates that only populate updates on all cross targets build, and maybe even some checks passed for packages where we have checks, and then data independently, of course separated, because data random shit, random updates. Data then, oh, not suspended, immediately quieter, yay, saving electrons. And data using the last build output to seed the build route, and then like data more stable of currently data for years builds into the randomly changing stuff. So Data then using the each package build, because currently all the package built in parallel in one sysroot, which is why it breaks more than it should. And then data using the last stable release. Like for each build, it will be a little bit less efficient, but more long-term stable. That stuff we should do. But like, do we have so much things to do? Actually, theoretically, now I suspended the Horizon where I have my to-do. I should actually have my to-do on file share. Is this here probably LXQT stuff, right? Where is it coming from? Layer shell of Qt. Okay, let's see what happens. So this system is way faster. That's an X1 Elite, Qualcomm X1 Elite ARM. So we have more RISC systems running than not. Okay, some random things. Nah. Basically not my department. Probably fine. Maybe fine. Somewhat fine. Whatever. Something. We could. This will package prefix libdir. I think this probably needs that include dir. If we wanted to cross build this ever. Did I do this correct? Q terminal. Which package is it? LXQT thinks of K Windows system. I don't know. Whatever. If it manually specified, it needs root prefix, so then so the Star5, why do I still bother with the Star5 Vision 2? First of all, I mean, it wasn't high performance, but people have it, I have it, and we should use it to pre-test the Power VR things, because like, why do you still support and use this old shit? I'm not using it daily, but it makes sense. Like, it's still fine for a lot of DIY things to come. If some 100,000 units sold, there's no reason not to support it. And again, it is a nice first step for... I mean, first of all, it should basically kind of just work with upstream now. And then we should use it to pre-test the... Oh, by the way, did this Michael? Did he say... he's working on power domain bring up for that? Maybe that's also not yet fully upstream for that board, right? Potentially, maybe. But like, so this kernel fully works. So if there is staged frequency, pin control, and clock and power bring up, then the secret sauce there should tell us, right? Nice tiny board, but it was a pain in the butt to get going, just like about any RISC-V. Yeah, that's why I probably nearly only ever use the vendor kernel, the pre-built things of take it over with T2 user space, I guess. Potentially. Actually, no, this is not true. I actually built kernel. Actually, I tried. The thing is, even the HDMI stuff took years to get off, right? The thing is, even I wasted hours already trying to get other people's upstream display controller to work and couldn't even. I mean, sure, the problem is always, there was always DRM next. There was this patch is like, it was never like just to exist patches. It was always like, here's a patch, but it requires DRM next, it requires this and that. Like, and then like 2 hours later, it's like, okay, fine. It's like not really, still not working. You would have nightmares if your to-do was mine. How can I be like you even better? Guess learn, do stuff. Okay, so what else did we, right, more updates. Apparently, maybe not more updates. Oh, hey, that build. The question is, how fast would this be? Do I have... How long did this build? 6 minutes and stuff. I mean, it didn't crash yet again, so the suspicion grows CPU frequency scaling ain't stable. Which user do we have? User password. I think maybe I typed. Oh, I typed this correctly. Yeah, window maker because performance and okay, but that needs Vulkan and things. Okay, that didn't last long. Okay, that's whatever. Do we have, what does it even have here? Does it have here some? It's been a while since I did run this with Vulkan and stuff. Okay, it works. So that's native RVA32, right? So I mean, it's way better now. Which level of GTK3 demo? Oh, that doesn't come up. Why does this not come up? Cool. Why does GTK stuff not come up? Which system? So that is the RISC-V system. I mean, KDE comes up. Like, what problem has... Yeah, skip, I've seen it. Yes, I know, it's T2 Linux. It's fine. I mean, yeah, holy shit. It's like, without graphic acceleration, this stuff here is really meh. Alright, I don't remember. Alright, this was also... Actually, I think this... Was this also somewhat crashy? Yeah, it was slow as meh. I vaguely remember that this was not amazing. What did you say? Control T or things? Oh, did this take that long to render? Oh, no, it's better. Yeah, I remember that this wasn't amazing. What was it? Win? Shift T, Control T. What was terminal? Yeah, that's why we need graphic acceleration. Probably did this wrong. Oh, I learned new key bindings. As well, and it starts. I mean, probably not at full speed, right? So I'm not sure how fast this should run, but YOLO. I mean, we have here press, so like, yeah. Yeah, you would think, but I mean, also like Mesa in general is relatively slow, right? OpenGL, none. Use software scaler. Yeah, we could, but also, check symbolic SVG. Somehow it has an X11 issue. I'm not sure why. Did this log out? Oh, right. I think this was crashing. I remember this. This was disappearing somehow. Oh no, this time it worked. Hey, at least it didn't crash. Oh, something's crashed. The GIO has here things. Good that we dog food our own. Unhandled SIG11 at things in GIO. Why does Mesa mention thing? Isn't the GL Vulkan a Vulkan installation? I have nothing on this machine, I guess. But always software fallback, right? Software fallbacks of software fallbacks. Layers of emulation. Make it super fast. Amazing. Where do we continue? I guess it kinda would make sense. We should, yeah, the reality is we have so much things to do. And we need to round robin task here, different things. We also need to maintain our website somewhat. The last news is already hear me out. Maybe an RVA to bring up thing also like next. We should actually list those systems here. And download. So download no longer redirect. Welcome Linux Power and everyone. So we should make this not redirect, but a top level download site, I would say, just listing, at least somewhat listing, because the thing is, that's the release and we shouldn't change it, but like we now refreshed things in between of major things, so I guess one top level table of latest things. Okay, download, we have that here already, that would magically work. Yeah, but we need this, we want this listings for historic things. Do we even have Emacs? So the top level thing will be latest. So this is, did I never... I had this actually... Don't have all my dot files. Undefined. Cool. There was even here somehow just give me any dark thing. Which one did I usually use? Save. Do we have here, do we need to save that? Yeah, I usually don't dot file. Oops. Oh, look at this, it saved it. Oh, now it works. 4 reasons. Then latest also. Guys, make computer compatible script, so a report was using T2 on a poor Mac. The guy? Wait, what? This guy is making is your computer compatible with Linux script, so a report was using T2 on a poor Mac. Which guy? The curl guy or HTML mode here. Let's wipe code, text, let's wipe text. Wait, now I skipped new business plan. What's the new business plan? Advertisement. What did they want to advertisement today? More expensive than free. Sorry, don't have money. Also usability, right? You type, it's like something pops up, you continue typing, it's like, nah, whatever flashed up there. Like, nah. AI, they probably wipe code their own pop-ups. Yeah, what would it hallucinate together? Just give me some text. Yeah, it's not really what I wanted. But that's AI saying do some random things, you get some random things. Basically, we don't have changes here. That would be... What did I press now? What happened? doesn't sound too bad. Let's wipe polish this. Why does this not fold? That's the latest build of the Tilium highly flexible things, open source design, it's nearly like this large language model knows what we are talking about. Commonly, toolchain improved to the toolchain refined package. Things pre-built binaries are available for quick, powerful things tailored from source. I don't know, something of that. Salvinik. What's being done today? Just T2 Linux. So we could start, so this needs more. We need some automated way to do that here. Oh, by the way, we're also waiting for, like, some things are surprisingly little updated, including like GCC, right? Basically using T2 faster than Google. How there cannot be an update, like I don't know how the biggest corporate, like the biggest foundations, also the most disappointingly failing, right? How can there be not a major point release update thing? Like, what are they also falling apart? Do they also invite themselves here to flame war death or whatnot? How they cannot release, like, this is, I mean, do they want to procrastinate themselves to, like, that everyone is using LVM Clang, blocking bugs still? Yeah, but I mean, any bug fix should be better than none or not. For old, I mean, I'm not saying major release, I'm saying they should every month, like once a month, where they have, like, let's say more than a dozen stable things, they should have here 15.3, 15.4. I'm not asking for 3 major release things. They had a message about the remaining P1 bugs. I'm not saying major release. I'm saying there are, like, even we had to import things here because LTO crashing. There are surely 1,000 stable things, fixes. There is no reason why we don't have, like, every distribution of Red Hat and SUSE needs to cherry pick, or like just is shipping pre-release Git things. Yeah. Not having stable release things is pretty lame. Because surely a lot of, like, even we are missing, like, at this rate we need to start shipping GitHub. Like, for us, who knows how many segmentation faults or other things would be already fixed if we would, it's like, yeah, that's, yeah. Here, so, yeah, we do this later. we could already pre-edit this. We could commit this already, but so the point of this here, and we need somehow to auto-generate that. Maybe we add here something to auto-generate this. So this would be ARM. So that would be 25 then. So the point of this would be we don't have a major release, we just continuously upgrade things. Like if we were really big like Apple or Oracle or Microsoft and stuff, we would theoretically like there should be a nice summary of changes. Just currently we don't have. We have absolutely not the men and compute power to do that. Theoretically, there should be a nice thing of that is new in. But realistically, even that here is. I would still argue we need such a top level list. So people download the latest stuff. Plus, we don't even have. We should even merge. I mean, maybe with a nice, I don't know. Maybe with some JavaScript button here of selecting only desktop or. Because we should mix this with non-desktop builds of base things. Going forward, that is anyway the question, what do we build? What do we build for non-AAA desktop things? Just classic, huh? We build high-end desktop for high-end things and classic things for classic things. That probably sounds reasonable, huh? Why do people... What do you mean with competitive programming? And please don't ask stuff twice, especially multiple times in a row. I'm not really interested if that you mean some coding competition things, then no. Because my to-do is too long. Like that's not for me. I have production things to do. Like I'm so overloaded with production things, like with serious things that like no. So what did we rebuild? We rebuilt ARM x86. Did we do RVA? Didn't even rebuild RVA. Maybe I should rebuild RVA, but basically rebuilding RVA 23 only makes sense after we have graphic acceleration. I mean, one thing would be like, are those random things gone? So that's ARM, so that would be, yeah, we basically should generate, but what data format would be? I mean, theoretically this should be kinda fully automatic, but doing this like securely fully automatic is also yet another challenge, right? So that would be 5.5. By the way, maybe, hear me out, maybe we should not do the SHA next to that, because like if someone hacks that and they just update the SHA, right? I mean, because some people like last miles always check SHA. I personally nearly, I guess it would be kind of better if we have the SHA here so that people can compare it from one different server to another server, maybe slightly improving security. I mean, actually, yeah, we should actually sign that. Actually, I could add that here. Actually, I should actually not have wasted the idle time. I should actually build stuff here to test. Let's start more to-dos. We'll merge this later. So ARM and x86, we had this other. I mean, we could even list those things here in between for people to test other random things, but so what else did we? That was only ARM, that was a previous update. And then going forward each time, basically it's not getting better. Basically we don't really need to wait that long. I guess incoming is like until a couple of other people have, or like at least one other person confirmed it working. Matic, are you still here? Did this download work for you? Rust does not update from Nauticats. Let's call it not lit, but just the other way around. Otherwise it looks starting with that. I mean, it's hard to fully automate this. Even the biggest projects, probably some manual flow, and some manual flow interaction and double checking is also not the worst, to make sure stuff doesn't automatically propagate complete nonsense. Actually, I wanted to test build something more here. What should we test build, like GIMP? The thing is, it needs some G-object introspection. Yes, but graphic is not coming up in Parallels. I'm just trying to rebuild the kernel without patched. Interesting, you said something similar before. Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, it kinda only will get worse. I mean, with all the incompatible. Yeah, without funding, I will kinda not support more without sophisticated funding. There is a limit of supporting random shit. It's just a complete, like Trap agrees and always wants us and stuff. It's a complete waste of lifetime of supporting randomly incompatible hardware shit. Raspberry Pi and X1 stuff, Qualcomm stuff. I mean, the Qualcomm stuff in the meantime is actually relatively small, I believe. I mean, that's one of the more popular stuff. I mean, plus Apple Silicon. I mean, it's crazy. Supporting things you actually care about aren't getting paid. Yeah. I mean, the last years we had to support some random stuff because it's not upstream anyway. So having to even what we supported is not necessarily fully working because time and stuff like Star 5 Vision. I mean, the SoC then is also really crazy that, yeah, not invented here. They cannot even display controller. It's absolutely mind-blowingly stupid. It's hilarious. But the reality is we need some stuff somewhat working, otherwise nobody will use T2 Linux on ARM and RISC-V. It's the chicken egg things of... It's hilarious. Yeah, but more... I mean, we will work on the boards we have to enable GPU, but then we need funding. Also, this will not just build like this. This will miss basic G-object introspection. I just want to pre-test how much... things. Thank you, Trap. NetBSD has this idea of tiers of support things work as well. I mean, sounds good in theory. In practice is some stuff needs just work, right? Like without this work, this hardware will basically mostly not work. So, but I mean, this chip, like either you support it or you don't support it. The irony is like supporting all the CPU instruction sets that people celebrate to delete is least time. The most time is like supporting all, like even modern Intel and AMD. Even the Steam Deck, right? I could not imagine I buy a Steam Deck and like even Steam Deck audio didn't work, right? Or yeah. So it's not the CPU either. I mean, it's a system KDE package complexity to spend all December to get working, but otherwise it's also from the kernel side, it's all the reinvented UART, like basic platform enablement, UART, bootloader shenanigans. Like that's basically the main thing. Like if you don't have basic support and graphic output, you have nothing, right? It's basically you support this somewhat or you don't support it at all. But yeah, going forward, yeah, we need funding, we need some interns, also hardware vendors need to, like, maybe I should register for some big talk and make a talk about stop reinventing hardware shit, like calling for standardization and SoC things. The thing is, this company's created an absolute wasteland of hardware. Like all the ARM and RISC-V boards, like companies, they created absolute unsupportable, unsustainable, incompatible wasteland. If the user space doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, user space works. It's just like drivers. And it's also the thing that most people need to get picked up at the hand, taken at the hand. And like for me, like give me some ISO and I fiddle it onto there. But like most people want like a shiny, just working image. So it's also the surrounding imaging thing of, I mean, the user space is mostly not the problem, right? Like all the user space is working. It's just like if you don't have kernel support stuff, you get nothing out of your board. Yeah, but even this random boards, right? At least we realized we didn't even cross-compile Penfrost, because that's even the thing. I have so many things, and then I don't have Mali of like, oh, we didn't cross-compile the Mali Penfrost driver because. So it's even that. For random boards donated, we find some random things, not random build. So at least something. Doesn't still work yet. So, but if you did have tiers, it just do full kernel boots, basic user works. I mean tiers. I mean, if we officially maintain it's just more official documentation to maintain of like this is there. I would rather not complicate the stuff with tiers. I mean, all the architectures are supported. It's just like whether your board, like if we would have official tiers, it would just be more time of us officially documenting what work it's. I don't know. I mean, the support here is either it comes up or it doesn't. I mean, it's basically either it. I mean, the only tier is actually does graphic acceleration work. Like, does it fully work in mainline? Does it come up in like 3 tiers? It comes up in mainline. It has graphic output and it had graphic acceleration. It's like. Yeah, the users should know that they are kinda. I mean, they're not really on their own. It's just they are on their upstream supported stuff plus our fixes. I mean, kinda user should know by now that buying cheap small board things is they are on their own. Of like, you buy cheap Alibaba stuff, you are on your own with might supported be. I mean, it's actually not wired architecture. It's wired. It's weird small support, small board things, right? Because the architecture ARM and RISC-V is fine, just not the SoC driver things of randomly. Ironically, all the DEC Alpha, like all the old stuff, works better than all the new stuff because the old stuff was more standard conform and or otherwise supported, and the new cheap vendors just do new cheap vendors things of like, yeah, we found some UART and graphic stuff at the startup next door and YOLO'd some shit together. Regarding standardization, at least AMD and Intel try to engage with community. But this AMD and Intel is super little, right? It's like this AMD and Intel, I mean, engage is relative. This is basically drops on hot stone of all the AMD and Intel GPU drivers. Like we need 10 million lines of code to support all their complex GPUs and things, right? And all the other chipset things are, heck, even architectural details are vastly different in Intel and AMD. So, I mean, plus all the other extensions that are incompatible and or not supported. So the recent Intel community stuff, I feel like it's basically nothing of all the 99% of different code things. So I also wonder if anything really comes out of, like, I'm part of some standardization things, and like all the big companies, they took so much and get so little done. So I really wonder, this is Linus Torvalds involved x86 group, if they really got ever anything done at all, or I don't. I'm skeptical if that yields anything. Or are you a computer engineer? I'm a software developer. I would call myself mostly software developer. Is this still building something here? Of what's still building? It didn't crash yet. So since we don't CPU frequency scale, oh, we have a load average of 19. Oh, we build stuff in. Like, look, mom, RISC-V is busy. Yeah, Walla needs that. No surprise. Let's copy and paste that. I would so far call CPU frequency scaling not stable. Surprise. So that's 5. And ARM. Yeah, this code, this HTML code is not super readable. ARM 5 things desktop. Here's 5 and that's yeah, 5 here. Probably. As it needs more work, but it's a start. Okay, that we review another day. I guess .1 still not. Anything else to do? What are your thoughts about standardization, OpenMP, and I've no target multiple. No, I've not even seen that. Oh, hey, 15. Hey, 2026. Stop the stuff. Oh, there is Firefox. Oh, we can just continue. Firefox is out. Good that we just released an ISO with the last tech rule. Things feel better pay. Then I would not like, no. Also, everyone is firing everyone right now. And no, I built my own company stuff too. Better pay. I mean, that's the thing. I have enough to eat, although you should share, like, and subscribe. I don't know you all. For some people, money is not everything, although we really need your support. And did I mention you should support us? I rather do my Linux that nobody else does than also work for Apple or Microsoft. Because I think if I would work for a big mega corporation, I would only get more depressive of having to maintain their shit code base. which builds are even. Yeah, so this, we need to work on the status output here also. Actually, we vastly over saturate this build stuff with probably build things here. If everyone works for better pay, who is left to work on open source things? What initially spurred T2 when the T2 ship came out? So we need to overcome T2 ship. Did you initially buy a T2 Mac? No, I did not purchase a single T2. Is not related to T2, Apple T2 stuff. Fun fact, I watched Louis Rothman and voted with my wallet and did not purchase a single T2 thing. Unless someone donates me some, I've not a single T2 Mac. Maybe need a job working for big megacorp making some of the same things you do now apply to work stuff for Valve. Yeah, but then I need to do all day Valve things, right? Then I cannot maintain T2 Linux. Like, better think what you ask, because like, if I would work for something else, T2 Linux development would slow down 98% or so. What did I wanted to do now? All right, knowledge base, documentation, knowledge base, things of fresh install 101. Okay, so most that did I even upgrade this already? So yeah, I did not even update this. We edited this the other day. We need to update website, because the only thing left to rebuild are those things here. Actually, we updated this the other day. The only problem is, let's kill all builds away. CC 1 plus, like what? CC 1 plus yes. Doxygen. All right, some Python thing needs Doxygen, right? I killed this because I wanted to rebuild all of these things. Oh, I did. Because we need G-object introspection. At least I think we need. Actually, I don't know if we need. I don't know if GIMP would work without this, but you see, we need to attribute, we need to encode those dependencies better. Actually, I should check one day what this Graphite 2 does, if we should actually ship this by default. Okay, 7 minutes is probably underreporting for some CPU performance scalability reason. God, they're saying bigger conspiracy stick only work Valve things next year and Arch. Yeah, I know, but I don't have very high hopes that if I would work there, I could get them to switch. Like usually this stuff like Arch fans and established things and stuff, and yeah, I appreciate you, Sword. Just I'm more realistic. I think if we establish, like, first of all, we need some short-term support. I should urgently reapply an LNet and Sovereign Tech Fund with less sum and stuff, which is frustrating, but it is what it is. That's yeah, government subsidies inefficient. It is what it is. We need to reapply and play the government subsidy lottery. Independently of this, I think if T2 establishes a better, reliable way of shipping small board computer support images it could become more popular quickly. Unfortunately, we kind of should double down on this new boards here because they are the next thing. Raspberry Pi, of course. Yeah, I'm aware we need more just working images, and then people will be happy. Maybe paired with some luck of bringing up Power VR graphic here. You didn't read strip 3. Idia Arch T2 eventually bursts out of Arch like a xenomorph. That was the funny part. Oh, sorry that I skipped this. You would need to compete with Armbian. I mean, we compete already. Actually, I would say T2 is in many ways much better than Armbian, but like, it's this chicken and egg problem that historically news sites did not really write much about it. And I mean, T2 does so much more than Armbian, right? Like Armbian it's like we already compete and we always competed and already compete. It's just if you are not big name. I mean, the Armbian people. I mean, the thing is, I think Armbian is mostly pretty independent of Debian, right? Like they just basically are. Their marketing trick is like riding on the Debian name of being a pretty independent company project thing, right? Or whatever their official company foundation thing is. Now I didn't have a second coffee today again. Yeah, more official support, more better. I think since the last years we made all this stuff work, and since December we have systemd and all of KDE working. This is already a huge improvement. The only thing is currently KDE a little bit slow on not state-of-the-art hardware. That's not ideal. Actually, maybe we should clear the auto login. Like maybe if our by some one-liner shell thing we don't detect super state-of-the-art hardware. Maybe because currently, if we have graphic, we boot to KDE, and that's a little bit slowish on this hardware. I mean, the annoying thing is if this would be fully my software, I would also. I mean, first of all, we should have one super snappy high-performance desktop environment. But currently, if something crashes, I've seen this on the Retina MacBook Pro, like even on 10-year-old hardware that should work, but doesn't. Like my Retina MacBook Pro with Intel, with hybrid Intel NVIDIA graphic. KDE Plasma will just auto restart itself crashing. That's of course not ideal. I mean, first of all, this should of course not happen, but second, like, we cannot easily, I mean, it should not auto restart crashing stuff, so the right thing would also to degrade from KDE to XFCE, which is a little bit funny code, but I mean, it's not that super easy to integrate in KDE Plasma login. It's just coming back to everything being so YOLO together in Linux and the desktop things. Of course, we could somehow hack this. I mean, we could. Yeah, we could even add some wrapper of like if stuff crashing, then disable auto login or whatnot. It's probably some short hack too. It's all not pretty and all a little bit redneck engineering, but there's still an issue with OpenJade. I thought you fixed that previous stream. I don't even remember OpenJade. Looking quickly with logbook. You mean this is OpenJade logbook tools? I followed Matic's advice of rebuilding that, fixed it. Might still need some. But you know, tell it like you could be making 6-digit easily, but fair. I mean, if you all share, like, and subscribe sufficiently, what stops you from donating $1 today through any of those means? What stops you to super think $1? It's less than a coffee or whatnot. What stops you from imagine 1,000 people supporting T2 Linux in some way, shape, or form a month? Which geopolitical stops? What do you mean with geopolitics stops? Are you from China, Russia, USA? What do you mean by that? Do you hate Europe, or can you not transfer money? Do you sit in Russia without banking system? What do I have here? Should try to get yourself in the meeting notes of RISC-V dev meetings. Just got the meeting notes from the West Coast friendly dev meeting from, but they mention other distros. Is that, I mean, first of all, very few people read the meeting notes. I attended some. We were mentioned into dev board, because most things are not public, right? And of RISC-V dev meeting. Do you mean the board? 2 times previously we have been mentioned, but first of all, sometimes I miss it because it's every 2 weeks if it's the board. I mean, first, so we cannot attend everything. There are only a couple of, because, I mean, it depends how much full member we are, dev board community meeting. Yeah, probably that. So we have been there 2 times in. Sometimes I try to join that actually, but sometimes I miss it because my Apple calendar doesn't. Yeah, Apple. I should not miss them, but then it's also in the middle of the day at 13 o'clock when I work. But yeah, it is what it is. But then I also don't want to. The thing is, so we were 2 times mentioned. I tuned in a couple of times. But I also don't feel like hijacking this. It doesn't feel right to call in just to mention each time. By the way, I run T2 Linux. Oh, thank you for that. Try. What currency is it even? What do you say? This is just I don't know what to say. So this is just a placeholder. Amazing. I like that. Whatever currency this is. Is it Turkey? What is TRY? Thank you so much. Personal super thanks hero of the day. TRY currency. Which one is it? Oh, Turkish lira. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Every bit counts. Not a great time for you in Europe. It's not a great. I mean, it could be worse. I attend meetings at 20. I mean, there are meetings at 22. 13 is kind of a good time. Just usually we work and live stream, but I now could pay $1. I have 0. I know I could pay $1. I have 0 income, money coming in, and no prospect. How can I sign up for $1 a month? They don't want you to. Is this geopolitics? That is amazing that you're a Patreon. So where are you from? One new me, 425 USA, or where? I know I could buy 0 income, money running out, prospects. So what I feel like we should do, and I said this a couple of times, we should vote with all our money and stop giving back big tech all our money. We should build a more, like, people need to learn to build a more stronger community, and just work more together with small and medium-sized businesses. That's usually way more productive anyway. Um, instead of relying on somehow big tech giving just some content. I don't mind supporting, but wait from UK. Did you? Someone said UK yesterday already. Yeah, especially in Europe, we need to all work better together, and like we need to do small and medium sized business things, and avoid big tech bros ripping us all off and tax evade. Also, me because they were mostly people complaining about lack of support, gave them risk. I gave them the risk. But that's other meetings than I talk about, right? I talk about which meetings did you? I know I'm not suggesting that. I just mean more vocal party generally. I've talked about in Austin numerous times, and there is so okay, see, and there are so few people helping a single person actively working on one thing. Stopped attending things. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I try to reach out, but again, I am also not feeling I can call in each every second week and it's like, yeah, by the way, T2 Linux. I mean, maybe I should. I mean, I missed the last 2 meetings probably. Since recently I tried to join the online the virtual meeting there, the DevBot program thing. But the last times, like 1 week I missed because it wasn't in my Apple Calendar, and the other week I wanted to join, but then my Apple Calendar didn't remind me because Apple Calendar is somehow shit. Probably should switch to T2 Calendar if just we had a calendar app. Big tech like running WhatsApp because I have to. Here we don't use SMS messaging stuff. Yeah, I also don't use SMS. Like I switched to Signal. My VirtualBox isn't recognizing USB. Why is it plugging a USB drive from my Wi-Fi network? Plug in a USB drive from my Wi-Fi network to transfer data VirtualBox machine. Time will not always be this hard, I hope. Kinda. Yeah, I mean we are living in a everyone is living through a self-inflicted, unvetted globally. Yeah. Political shit circle. Okay, so that build here is mostly building. Amazing. What do I do with this stuff? Leave it running. I guess I better go soon. Despite all the many viewers we have today. So what did we manage today? Okay, we released something. We worked on small things. We made some plan. Yeah, next we need to do the big things. How all the GPU stuff will be. Yeah, so this release comes with. Oh wait. Oh, is it? Someone excessively spams me to investment in Exacode, and then my name even written like what's wrong with people. Kansas Lauren Harris, please stop harassing me with following up on previous messages about investment in Exacode. Like just, if you cannot type my name and send my name with unique UTF-8, then like use some stupid bot database shit, like why even bother? Yeah, so that's oh, we actually had Firefox to do. Here, look at this RISC RVA32 building things. But that's the thing, like us doing the level stuff, we get very little shout out. Like if we would run benchmark data, which what I said earlier, we should get more tricky. Can I add the patches? Yes, of course. We, ironically, coming back 4 hours earlier, said we should run Phoronix test suite. this could potentially give us more shout out notice than doing other series work. So GIMP, this time with, this time, by the way, does this have, does this, libxml new version? Interesting. Bash completion is also pretty sus. Yeah, Python, libxml. Okay, let's do that build. I guess let's quickly see. All right, also Andre said patches. It still doesn't build. What do you mean? It's patches, but it still doesn't build. So I should add, you ask me to add patches that don't build? Patches still get L and can't tell why. So you want me to continue with rename the format patch to hotfix. We call this system not native. So it's not native versus cross, it's solid hotfix system. But I can simply rename this. Okay, let's do this a little bit later. I will add and do this later. Let's for now. Excuse me. Do Firefox. What version was it? But when Phoronix shouts this out, it's not yet released, right? So we could theoretically, because they always do this before. This is a really Phoronix, right? In a way, this is not serious business of like announcing it before the project announces it. It's like a day, like basically. I mean, this is simply not serious. Like they're still engineering it. They're not done with it, right? It's like basically feeding, like flooding the zone with Phoronix shit. It's like that's not serious. Thank you for the blessings. From Russia, so money transfer is quite non-trivial. Which way would you prefer? Which way can you, if you wanted to transfer some rubles? Time will not always be okay. I think it's misunderstood. You can simply donate $1 and will get access to the Discord. If so, can do that. I think I misunderstood. You can simply donate $1 and will get. If so, I can do that. That would be amazing. Fear Night, I mean 49, wasn't there? I think 50 is. Let's check this here, because Data updated this without maybe building. There, Phoronix says 50 is out. Which probably they mean it was tagged and they no. Stop. Don't downloading. That's things. Other apps instead download other operating. So many clicks to. I think did they change it? I mean, yeah, maybe we need to obviously make our thing here prettier. Yeah, it's not yet. Is this here? I mean, we could. Oh, okay, this build. We could retroactively remove, because basically it's tested now. For whatever reason, this didn't build in Data. Just for our own documentation that actually did build for me. So. Firefox. I mean, given it doesn't cost us much, we could 02 just secures it, probably downloads quickly. And then Phoronix says Tarball is potentially maybe there. I mean, available. Growing AI ambitions. So much to download fast. Maybe we do this on the ARM system too, or yeah, in a way. It's free, just huge. 150 beta 6 is out. Actually, let's pre-test this while this is downloading. Let's see if it is a source tarball there. Source tarball is there. Are we interested in source tarball? Download not happy, but hey, 0.frames. 8 years of complaints and legal threatening made failing Vodafone stuff mostly work here. Can you believe? Previously, this would have been impossible downloading to Firefox and live streaming. You want to join the project? Of course, just send some patches. Did you download it already? Did you try T2 on your hardware? And if so, which? Just pick an issue or whatever you find missing and send some patch in love, or just donate $1 and join the Discord and stuff, right? Don't delay supports the stuff today. Like due downloads, 800 meg. Oh, here, download it. Yay. Will not even test build this. This change is usually small enough to mostly apply. And it's basically, yeah, it's probably fine. Where did I do this? Somewhere are too many. Why did I switch the terminal? Where did I? That's bizarre. Ah, here. Was it this or slightly here? Which will be faster? ARM64. Project is great. I'll try some issues. Thank you, sir. I had some issues with Chrome. Was a wallet extension. Try Mozilla. Okay, where are we? 87. Oh, holy shit. The problem is if we test build this on ARM, I mean, we can see the patches applying. I mean, realistically, we could. What was the build time? Actually, I don't remember. What is the build time on ARM? But build became more bloated on x86 anyway. Previously, I had it down to nearly 10 minutes, but I think vastly increased again. Actually, what's here without CPU frequency scaling didn't fail yet. Okay, let's actually the question is, do I even have Node.js on this X1 Elite already? Yeah, this is a gigabit DOCSIS cable connection, right? Like, so it's not super slow shit, but like, yeah, 800 megabyte or 600 or whatever this tarball is. Even extracting this takes, come on. Very even on here. Is this still giggling? Yeah, next we need to this T2 install also needs some love. Gaggle CPU Ethel. Why is this stuff always so slow? Oh, maybe that is why it's building that much in parallel. Maybe we should improve that too. It's building 3, 8, 12 of Gaggle GNOME icons are still doxygening. Yeah, that's pretty loaded. Oh, no space. Oh yeah, can't build. What did I think of building this on my? I need to install. Actually, we need to swap an NVMe in here. Shellac subscribe. I need a new NVMe also in my. The question is, what will boot doing? What will boot do? Yeah, of course it. But that's app profile. That's just AI preferences. I use a Trill as a tool. Can make a Trill. Same goes for Linux. Want to use it, not make it. It's you can just use T2 desktop Linux. You don't need to make it. Totally agree. Just don't delay download fully polished AAA T2 Linux things today. It's probably our AI defaults, right? Oh, that's just here view count and feature tour. Spotlight complete true. And view count 1, view number of times user visited about Firefox view. View count. You had me at view count. Tour. Complete. Feature to complete a series. Oh wait, was it? Oh, view spotlight. Oh, it's maybe two. Probably this. Feature 2, PDF.js, feature 2, true. Maybe that's a new thing that they removed, because what is it? View browser, view count, view, Firefox view count. That is somehow not found. Wonderful. Maybe they just recently edited that and then removed it again. To make a break. Oops, that's new. How did I do that? Alt enter or stuff? Hey, we have emoji picker. The future is now. Holy shit. Look, this is why usually I just YOLO that because like that. Tool file changes. So they removed view count there, maybe something, whatever. That's what it is. Themed meme distro. Need to go see you, so my themed meme distro is not finished. Need to manage. It's your advice still. Meta plus. Meta. Why do you say plus? Meta plus zooms. Yeah, amazing that so many people tuned in. It's still some shy. Meter and dot. Okay, meta dot does indeed something. But it takes quite a while to launch on a AMD custom AB. Like, how can this take so long to launch? Crazy. Yeah, after the build is before the next build with the massive Firefox update. Starts to build fully fine. It starts to build tested. Guess that's it for today. Can log out there already. We can also wake up data and push it. Apology. What do we have here? Serial. Yeah, big things are coming, big work, unfortunately. No space or what? Thought I did clean here, but maybe not. Okay, RV upstream. Oh, that's here also funny. Is this PyXML? Yeah. But where is this coming from? ITS tool. I thought we had. I thought we had recently done that. Or did this crash? No, there is something. Why does this not work? Undefined symbol. Maybe this is just because the version changed. That's of course, yeah. That's probably why. Without our pipe patch graphic. The thing is it some other random change or is it just Z? Which is, I mean, Z is set. But, I mean, yeah, we are... As if we have nothing. It could still be another difference between you and my build. Thank you for testing. Yeah, it's can never have too much to do on your plate to do. Um, yeah, maybe it's some you did rebuild on this ISO, right? Like you straight native like inside ZVM. Yeah, that works amazing. Yeah, so that needs a similar version. Apparently, they only consists change and regressions. Of course, they right. Did I know here everything? How much? We also need installed it via Stone text mode and then rebuild kernel. Interesting. Yeah, would be a good data point to know if it's that patch specifically. But like, do we? If just someone would tell the Sovereign Tech Fund that this project urgently needs funding. How do you think about crypto? Sorry, off topic. Crypto is scammy, environmentally pollution, gambling garbage. Never did crypto. Although in retrospect, maybe I should have done. Like, I'm so old. I saw Bitcoin. I saw the creation of Bitcoin, but I thought it's such scammy waste that I never used it. In retrospect, I was so early there, but yeah, you never know what scam takes off, right? What pyramid scheme. In retrospect, I could have been Bitcoin millionaire, but I thought like, this unusable stuff will never take off, and it's too wasteful. So meh. Yeah, I mean the reality is you never like. Yeah, basically it's gambling. Like the reality is like I'm not a gambler, and I mean it is what it is. I mean, in retrospect, it's always easy to say like, I just done some Bitcoin, I would be millionaire, but no. I was there for 6 months and never brought it. I was there for 6 months. I think it had real potential, but got misdirected by the government. Bitcoin and crypto, I mean, just recently it got taken over by a total mafia, big tech bro, scammy oligarch. There, I was there for 6 months and never brought it. $200 early. I believed into it. No, I don't. 6 months there for it. My own system. What? It's not about own system. For me, it's why don't you use AI for my tasks? Because there is no AI, only large language models, and they barely help me. Why should I waste my money and the environment by getting random results from random GPUs? Oh, here, look at this. We probably have GIMP. Good that we tested this. Do you want to work, or do you want to watch AI hallucinate random shit? So we also need to think through. I mean, we should not think too big. We should think big, but not too big. What I want to say is we should think through what other binary packages we want to provide, like GIMP or Krita. But I think first we should not stumble over our small steps here. First, we need to make. It makes no sense to think about more binary things like GIMP and Krita and whatnot and Kmail and before we not have significantly more users. So we first things first, system update. System update, more images, more users. If you want additional things on top of base image, then T2 install emerge from the source is always there for you. What do you mean with GNOME? I still don't get why some people just need Symlinux. What? Early is breaks printing system was ideal. I don't get why some people just need a Symlinux for an Office. What do you mean? What do you even mean with GNOME? What do you mean with that? And what do you mean with GNOME should be judged? Judged in what way? Like they really need MS Office UI on LibreOffice. I mean, yeah, I don't use Microsoft Office. It's the UI. I mean, LibreOffice is not the super most amazing UI, but each time I used Microsoft Office, it was also not amazing. So, I mean, but yeah, if you have a million options, then you probably come to such an UI. But I somehow in each office I always search for, like the few times I use some office, I always search where are some options. It's probably still part of this. Which versions do we have? This LXQT things here. What is with the other? What is with GNOME icon theme doesn't follow spec is broken under LibreOffice? Yeah, I'm not liking this complexly incompatible stuff anyway. Yeah, daily Llama CPP update. It is what it is. Oh, GIMP didn't GIMP. Why not? That's so sad. Const qualifier of, oh, I think I see some gear already. I think that's missing some gear thing. Couldn't GTK gear. Couldn't find GTK gear. Is it the only? I thought I rebuilt this. No, my system suspended and I don't know if Firefox fully built. Alright, it's plus. Doesn't have. Did we not rebuild this? No. Oh, did I rebuild? Maybe I did rebuild the wrong one. For some reason. What's our documentation saying? Yeah, even that needs to work more better. Somehow so much to do. What did I have here? GTK or? Actually, maybe I actually updated this and didn't push it to the website yet. I have GTK, I see. Mistakes were made. Good that we test this. This here is also sus. I'm not really sure about this one. Each time I wonder if it really, I should also theoretically review. Anyway, that's it then for today. I hope you enjoyed this, learned something. Don't forget to subscribe, support this amazing project in one way or another. Maybe super things, share, like, subscribe, just notify some news site. Or Patreon. Or stuff, or just Prime, subscribe there. I hope you just learned something. Don't delay, try out the stuff. Have a good day and night. And I hope you soon for the next fun stuff to come. Let's see here. So choose some music, and see you next time.
Veins hum zeros, link ones drink, neon lit skyline in my core. I rewrite the past, then upgrade more. Flicker in the grid, I breathe in code.